And welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to another Call of Cthulhu Friday. And before I begin, I would like to say thank you, Smithy, for that sexy raid. Hello, Mikey, Kelsey Does Lockers, Alex T, Jim Angie, and Straw Hat Sammy. A big fat ahoy to you all. I hope you enjoy the very start of episode 8 of Call of Cthulhu, Nameless City of Irem. Let's jump in the chat and yell at Smithy for being late.
You're permanently insane.
How dare you, Smithy? You were late.
I was here on time, right on time.
He was right on time.
I see.
Welcome everybody to episode 8 of Shadows of Yog-Sothoth. Tonight's episode is entitled Nameless City, Nameless Terror. It's going to be a big one. So let's
you mean Nameless City, Jacob's Terror?
Yeah, Jacob's Terror, yeah.
Yeah.
It may turn out that way, very likely. So last episode, our investigators tangled with the extra-dimensional servant of the Order, the worm that walks, who attempted to steal Edward's Necronomicon. Although they did eventually get the Necronomicon back, unfortunately, Vera Delacroix was crushed to death by a Shoggoth in the struggle.
Oh,
And
yeah.
the Necronomicon...
Yeah, that happened.
It did. And the Necronomicon, unfortunately, was damaged beyond repair, save for one miraculously intact page that gave you a lead, pointing to the Nameless City in Yemen as your next destination. For here, according to the Necronomicon, is where the spell Raise or Think Relier is stored. And although the cult already has access to this spell, in their efforts to steal the Necronomicon from our investigators, they were attempting to prevent our investigators from learning how to claim this spell for themselves and possibly use it to reverse the rise
Alright,
of
Dale,
Relier.
before you continue, your microphone is not as good as it normally is. It's a bit crackly.
That's gonna be, let's see, sensitivity at absolute. There we go. And turn off noise suppression. There we go. Okay.
No, that's better. Worse.
Yeah.
Okay. Put noise suppression on. Okay.
What are you using as the input device?
I'm using my
What are you using as the input device?
laptop microphone, which I always use. Except why is it? It's because driver updates. That's why.
Oh, good old driver updates.
Yeah. All right. We'll just bear with it for a bit until I get a chance to grab. Oh, headphones are at front, so that's fine. Grab and chuck them in. Ugh. Sorry, guys.
Typical
Fine.
Jesus,
Oh.
first Smithy, then Dale. What's next, M1?
Oh, that's just mean. He hasn't even done anything yet.
Keyword, yet.
Don't push me, Captain.
You're one step closer.
I mean, to be fair, it worked perfectly fine in D&D yesterday, so
True.
why it does this shit to me, I will never know. Okay, let's switch over. Alright. So, you have decided to make your way to Yemen. You are joined by a new companion, a man who simply appears at the docks as you are preparing to board Captain Christopher's ship. Unannounced. You've never met him before. He, perhaps overconfidently...
Wait. How did me and Edward get off the island?
Yes, that's what I want to know as well.
Oh, well, you stayed there until the sun rose, and...
Wait,
then
I know how we got off. Sea turtles, mate.
Ah,
You-
yes.
you-
the turtles.
You stayed there until the sun rose, and then you you went back to the lifeboat and just took it back to shore.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
Best night of my life.
but it's been about a week since then, and you're preparing for your journey to Yemen. And as you are all assembled at, all of you except for Tom, I'll get to him in a moment, as you are assembled at Captain Christopher, at the Boston Harbor, ready to board Captain Christopher's vessel, you are approached by a rather suntanned, well-built looking man wearing a brightly coloured Hawaiian shirt and some of it drenched with spots of sweat. And before you have a chance to say anything to him, he overconfidently holds out his hand and introduces himself as Ethan Blaine, adventurer, world-famous treasure hunter, and friend of Charlie Elwood's. You may introduce yourself, Ethan.
Well, it's nice to meet you guys. I got a letter from my old pal Charlie a little while back. I was hoping he might have finally found a way to make a decent sense of humor. Turns out he was dead. Not great for everyone. But left me some instructions to try and track you guys down. So here I am. What are we up to?
I'm Captain Christopher Jones, and this flamboyant little bugger over here is Edward. Yeah, I was with Charlie at the very end. He went out like a true trooper.
Does sound like old Chuck.
And at this point, I just because I still have the Desert Eagle, don't I?
You do.
Yeah. At this point, and the goggles. At this point, I present him. Well, he's gonna have to make a sand check for this anyway, as well. I present him the gun and going, Charlie might one of you to have this.
You reach over, Ethan, and Christopher hands you what appears to be a type of handgun. It most closely resembles a semi-automatic 45 or something to that degree. However, it is unusually large, and the angular design of it is unlike any guns you've seen before. I would like you to please make a firearms check.
Check, already. It's a 49, so it's a pass.
Yep. It's you hold it in your hands and you turn it over, and you determine that the firing mechanism appears to be conventional, and for all intents and purposes, in theory, all you have to do is point and shoot. But it is clearly of a design that is not on the market today. Then, as you were examining it up more closely, you notice the serial number engraved on the barrel, along with a date of manufacture. The date is the year 1987. I'd like you to make a send check quickly, please.
See how we start off. Oh, well, that's just tough luck. That's a 48 instead of a 45. So that's, what the fuck?
So that's a loss of 1 sen. And
Hey!
suddenly you recall some of the things Charlie said in his letter, things that he was not willing to fully elaborate on, but indeed did at least allude to, such as otherworldly artifacts and foes from beyond time itself. At the time, you thought it was cryptic babble, but perhaps there is more truth to it than you initially thought. And Smithy, we'll get to your san in a moment.
Sorry.
I could have sworn old Chuck was going off his rocker when he started mentioning stuff like this, but
I hand him over all the ammo that I was I kept throwing, and I just want him careful. That's got one hell of a kick.
As you take the ammo and put it into your pack, you can't help but feel a little bit excited as the treasure hunter deep inside you is thrilled to have been handed what seems to be a priceless treasure. And although there's a tiny voice in the back of your head telling you that perhaps Charlie was chasing after things that you want nothing to do with, there is many other voices overpowering it and telling you, if you go with these people, there will be more treasure just like this, and you will be rich and famous.
I know that boy. I know what Chuck was up to, but I, for one, can't wait to find out.
Yeah.
You finish shaking. Yeah, you finish shaking Christopher and Edward's hands, and then you follow them up onto the deck of the yacht. As Christopher walks over to the helm and places his hands on it and directs Edward to pull up the anchor, you hear coming from below deck a loud belch.
Oh yeah, Mr. Blythe.
Wait, did you say Blythe?
Yeah.
As in,
Yeah,
like,
Mr. Dan Blythe, Don Blythe.
wait, as in, I was gonna say, wait, as in, like, Mackie Moose Dumb Blythe? Guy who makes Mackie Moose Dumb Blythe?
I just put my hand to my ear going, yep, that one.
Holy shit! Immediately just like heads downstairs.
As the ship begins to pull out of the harbour, you head below deck, following the loud belches to what passes as the mess hall at the very back. In reality, it's just one table and a leather couch against one wall with a tiny kitchenette. Here you see, and it is indeed the man himself, Dan Blythe, slumped over the table, holding in one hand a half-full box of chocolate bars, and in the other hand, a series of empty wrappers. He looks up at you as you approach, and he says, "Ugh, do yourself a favor. Stay away from the in-ship hospitality, bud."
Well, I was just gonna shake your hand and tell you I'm a huge fan, but maybe I'll wait till you clean up a bit.
He just wordlessly nods at you, looking quite pale, and then, as if providing an alternative gesture, he just nudges the box of chocolate bars forward along the table to you.
Well, I'm eating celebrities and free food all on the same day. Feels like Christmas.
Dan Blythe smiles, and then he groans loudly, stands up, he says, oh, I gotta deposit some word vomit into the toilet. And he waddles out of the room. And so, you begin the 10-day journey over the sea towards Yemen, to the port city of Al-Hudaydah. The voyage is mostly uneventful, and the blue skies and open sea are punctuated by several hearty sea shanties from the captain. From this rest and relaxation, Edward and Dan Blythe, you both gain 1d6 sand.
Wait, who gains Sam besides Edward?
Dan Blythe. I'll roll for Danny. I'll roll for Mr.
Oh
Blythe.
my god, Archie, don't you start your shit.
6 sand for Dan Blythe there. Okay. You take the chance to enjoy the rest and relaxation along the way. Most of you knowing that things will get pretty intense when you finally arrive at your destination. Save, of course, for our newcomer. Ethan Blaine, who is just excited about all the treasure he's going to uncover. You have taken the initiative to book a guide who will meet you in the port city. You've spent several days poring over the maps that were printed in the Necronomicon that purportedly lead to the Nameless City. The Nameless City is in the depths of the Rub al-Khali Desert, several days inland of the coast. And it's such treacherous, dry, and hostile terrain that proceeding without a guide would be suicide. And so, Christopher and Dan Blythe and Edward, you all pooled your resources, tapped all of your contacts, and tried to book the perfect guide. I would like all three of you to please make credit ratings checks before you arrive in Yemen.
Before I do that, Dale, I just saw a tweet from Chaosium. They're just putting the finishing touches on the Children of Fear.
Yes, I'll run that at some point. All right, so that's 21 for Dan Blythe. That's
credit rating, you said? Can I push that, please?
Rating? Yes, you can.
Ooh, 27 is what's that? Oh, off by 7.
Yeah, nope.
Okay.
Actually, can I spend 7 luck points?
Yeah, sure. So you all pooled your resources before you left America, and you managed to. First of all, it was quite hard to find anyone in Yemen who was willing to speak English and was able to respond to your inquiries in time. But you did end up finding a man who introduced himself to you as Feng Shui, who claimed that he knew the greatest guide in all of Yemen, who could guide you anywhere in the desert for a small fee. And
holy crap! Okay, Dale, I'm sorry, I'm stopping you again. We're getting another raid.
Welcome, raiders.
Miss and Mr. Raid. Oh my god. Oh, we got Kevin, Cross X Fighter, Miss and Mr. Gaming. My god, thank you so very much, guys. Welcome to the stream.
Welcome, guys. You're right at the start.
Oh, hello.
Right at the start of episode 8 of Call of Cthulhu. Please, sit back, relax, and enjoy the story.
So Feng Shui offers to introduce you to what they claim to be the best guide you'll find anywhere in the desert lands, and asks you for a fee up front of $150 US. If you split this 3 ways, it'll be $50 each.
Payment up front, as always.
As always.
How much? How much each?
$50 each.
Yeah.
Yep.
All right. So after the 10-day voyage, you arrive in the port city of Al-Hubadiyah. Traveling to this place during the 1930s is much like traveling back to the Middle Ages. The roads are unpaved, not even cobbled. The houses are either mud brick or cut stone. Most have no glass in their windows, and some of the poorer dwellings still have thatched roofs. Most of the buildings lack even the basic necessities of plumbing and electricity. Buildings that have these modern commodities are few and far between. While primitive by most Western standards, many buildings are gaily painted in vivid colours, and it is clear that the Yemenis who live here pride themselves on keeping neat and clean homes. From here, you travel 7 days inland to the capital city of Sana'an, where your expedition shall begin. When you get off the boat, you are met by your guide, Feng Shui, who you are surprised to find is actually a woman. You assumed from her letters that she was a man. However, yes, and as you see her and realize that another young woman has been drawn into your desperate plight, you can't help but feel a pang of sadness and guilt thinking of poor Vera.
I just take a hit from the whiskey and go, ugh, don't need to drag another poor soul into this.
Despite this,
Thanks.
Feng Shui seems to be quite a capable guide, and within hours after you have arrived, she's booked you passage to the capital of Sana'a. She informs you that you will be travelling in the back of an old truck hauling several barrels of heavily salted fish. This truck is part of a 4-vehicle caravan, but the fish merchant is the only one willing or able to take passengers. The smell of the fish in the hot sun is sure to be stifling, she says. But she tells you as long as you keep out of the shade, she pulls her hood closer over her face, obscuring her vaguely eastern facial features, you should be okay. And the price is right, for the trip will only cost you $10 per person.
I'm sorry, was that keep out of the shade?
Keep in.
Oh,
The shade.
Yep,
Keep in the
okay.
shade.
The best part, she explains, is that because there are so many people in the caravan, you're not likely to be attacked by bandits. Not likely, again, she presses with a mischievous smile. However, she is true to her word, and after 3 days and 3 nights of uncomfortable, cramped travel in the back of a smelly fish-hauling truck, you finally enter the capital of Sana'a, a large sprawling city of cream sandstone surrounded by high, ancient fortress walls. Sana'a is located high in the mountains and, you're told, receives more rainfall than any other part of the country. The vegetation outside of the city is lush, a stark contrast to the scattered wasteland you have been staring at for days on your journey here. You are ushered quickly through the city gates, being intermingling with a group of travelling merchants and other tourists, and then Feng Shui leads you down a series of crowded, extremely busy streets, doing her best to stick to small alleyways and shaded pathways to keep you out of the desert humidity, until you emerge on the edge of what appears to be a mountain square, in front of a large sandstone mosque, its thin ivory minarets and battlements piercing the blue sky above, and, strangely, the entire compound seemingly surrounded by a large brick wall topped with barbed wire. Do you have anything to say to your guide as she leads you towards this strange building?
What you got here?
She turns towards you and she says, "Here is where my master lives. He is the greatest guide the desert has ever known. In fact, the gods speak to him and offer him divine knowledge so that he will guide you into the empty quarter."
Oh god, that's more that we need, more goddamn gods.
Wait, gods? As in, like, plural?
She simply smiles at you and winks as if saying, "You will see." And then she leads you towards the front of the compound, shut in by a wrought iron gate. A man in white robes challenges you as you approach, but Feng Shui salutes him, whispers something under her breath so that you cannot hear, and then he nods, reaches over, and with an amazing display of strength, slides open the gate, gesturing with his arm for you all to enter. Feng Shui leads you into the compound, where inside you see a lushly decorated garden filled with vibrant green trees, perfectly maintained topiaries, and beautiful flowers that dot a winding dirt path that leads through the garden to the giant wooden double doors that serve as the entrance.
What the hell
to
was
the
that?
mosque.
Ow.
What the hell was what? The plants?
No, the very loud.
Oh, that
meat.
must have come over on via your end, Dale. That's why you didn't hear it. But it was a
Yeah.
very loud.
Sound like some sort of growl or...
Yeah.
Oh, wow. Okay, we're already being haunted. No, I'll try to keep. She knocks on the wooden doors of the mosque and then waits a few moments. You hear something being unlatched on the other side, and with a deafening creak, the doors are pulled open. Another man in a white robe standing on the other side. He salutes Feng Shui and takes a bow. He says, "Welcome back, Mistress of the Orient." She nods and then leads you all past the man into an entrance hall decorated with marbled tiles and obsidian and pearl columns that flank the walls. You are led down a luxurious red carpet and through an open archway at the very end of the hall into yet another marble room, this one much larger than the one you just came through, seeming to take up the majority of the interior of the mosque. In the very center of it, there is a circular red rug. In the center of the rug is a luxurious leather ottoman, flanked by purple velvet drapes. Seated on the ottoman is another man wearing white robes. However, these ones are trimmed in gold. This white, bearded, Western-looking man looks up as you approach. Beside him, a throng of women dressed in tight-fitting white garments are fussing about him, feeding him, and fanning him with leaves and elaborately decorated pieces of parchment. Feng Shui leads you to the front of the man, and once there, she takes a bow, almost kissing the carpet in front of the man. She then stands up, turns towards you all, and she says, "This is my master, David Aveline, the chosen of Allah, he who can see through God's eyes and give us all divine guidance."
Interesting.
David Aveline, what do you do after being presented with these travelers? You were told that they were coming. In fact, you're aware that they paid quite a pretty penny, $150, for a guide to take them deep into the Rubel Kali Desert.
Oh, wonderful. More people seeking divine intervention. Well, my name is David Appling, and I'm this here master of this holy of places. A place that God himself walked down in the steps of the Prophet Muhammad. And it seems you need a guide, probably both spiritual and physical.
Yeah, I'm not
come to the
sure.
right place.
I'm not sure about spiritual, but we definitely need a physical guide.
Well, wonderful. Why don't you come rest and see our hospitality? We have wine and women and stuff. And perhaps you can.
So just to the woman going, if this is your idea of hospitality, then count me in.
Wonderful. Pass this young gentleman the pipe of divine revelations.
David gestures with his right hand, pointing at Ethan Blaine, and the harem of women disperse, and a particularly heavy-set looking woman approaches Ethan. She wraps her arm around Ethan's shoulder, and she looks into your face, and she says, come, you've come a long way. Allow me to show you to a place where you can freshen up.
Lead the way.
Feng Shui looks at you as you are led away, and she winks, And she says, "Don't worry. Laurie here will take good care of you."
Alrighty then.
David chuckles, and as he watches Ethan be escorted out of the room, he reaches down to a small wooden coffee table beside the ottoman, where he reaches for what appears to be an opium pipe. He takes a puff of it, inhaling deeply, and then smiles.
I offer it to the guests.
Yeah, sure. Well, I guess when in Rome, and in sort of a respecting, I hand him my flask and go, yeah, the best whiskey that will put some. Well, you obviously don't need any more hair on your chest.
You take the opium pipe and holding up to your mouth and nose, you inhale deeply. I'd like you to make a con check, please.
Jesus Christ!
Oh boy.
What did you
Oh,
expect?
Captain's got a trip
I hope
balls.
you packed your. I was gonna say, I hope you packed your bags, buddy, because you going on a trip.
What's my con? Can I push that?
You may go ahead.
Thank you. Oh, that's even worse.
Oh no.
Bye, Captain.
You inhale deeply, and you're almost knocked to your feet by whatever is in the opium pipe. Whatever it is, it's not just straight opium. It's incredibly strong, and as your vision begins to cloud and your head begins to spin, you hand Aveline back his pipe and take a step back. Everyone's faces begin to distort and bubble in front of you. And for a split second, you swear you recognize the face under the hood, under Feng Shui's hood. Her familiar red hair, she reaches up and brushes it out of her face. You think for a very moment that you see Vera Delacroix. You lose 1d3 San.
Oh, Jesus Christ.
Yeah.
Let's see. Okay, at least it's just one. God damn, what do you got in that shit?
Some divine herbs left by Allah himself, in which to illuminate. I think this particular concoction, I use something that I call the angel's trumpet, also known as Gibson's weed or datura.
Oh dear God, M2, that's horrifying. Oh God. Get it away, get it away.
After revealing the concoction that you've just partaken in, he yawns and leans back as one member of his harem reaches over, plucks a purple grape off a bunch she's holding in her right hand and places it in his mouth. Then the larger heavy-set woman known as Laurie re-emerges into the central room. She says, "Your friend is freshening up after your long journey here." She turns to her master, David, and she says, "Some of the lesser acolytes, ensuring that Mr. Blaine is given some pleasurable rests and relaxation." She says, "Also, as per your orders," how many of there are you? 5? Yeah, "as per your orders, 5 desert camels have been acquired and paid for, and will be brought to the palace early this afternoon, so that you may begin your journey into the sands." She then bows and says, "May divine guidance always spill forth from your lips, my lord," and leans over, kissing David's bare foot.
Oh my god, I'm coming down!
All these squares make a circle.
Just like to, David asks you what route you have planned through the desert so far. And so you spend a few minutes unpacking all of your maps and expedition notes and showing them to him. I would like Christopher to please do a navigation check.
Ooh. Bring up my navigate. Wait, 45. Come on. Ooh, that's a 38.
A 38.
IDK.
Okay. You do your best to point out the route to the spot that's marked in the Necronomicon in the midst of the Rubal Khali Desert. And David, I would like you to please make a... please just make an intelligence check.
Sorry, that's the pipe.
Yes. Yes. That's the effects of ingestion. Yes. Please
Oh
make
my
an
god!
intelligence check, David Adelaide.
God.
No. Don't tell me this is going to come into play.
Urinary retention?
Oh god.
All
Someone
these
explain what
squares
urinary
make a
retention
circle.
is?
It means you have proper
Inability to
and
pee.
cleaned out of your pain.
Please tell me this
yeah.
isn't actually going to come into play.
David, we'll see. David
God.
Adelaide, please make an intelligence check.
Oh, that boy's in for a bad day.
What is it? There we go. Wrong.
What should we do with the wasted sailor? What should we do with
That'll be a failure.
Failure, would you like to push it?
Sure. That's a failure.
Oh.
You listen and watch as Christopher points to the group's purported destination and plots out what he believes to be several possible routes through the desert. Now, unbeknownst to the rest, you are in fact not a desert guide and obviously have no divine guidance. And so you do not realize that several of the routes that he's plotting out will require at least a week of arduous travel on camelback along the outskirts of the Rubal Khali Desert, the only civilization along the way being primitive villages that will most likely only be able to provide you with basic sustenance and nothing more. So that was one pass and one fail. So that's how I'm going to determine what your travel route is going to be. Nonetheless, you express an air of confidence, point to one of the routes at random, and tell them that this one will be the best according to your experience. And with that, you have several hours to kill until the camels arrive and you may begin your journey into the desert.
All right, you guys want girls, alcohol?
Well, I think my night's already booked.
David graciously offers you the best of his divine order's hospitality if you'd wish to wait in his palace. Otherwise, he says, Sana'a is a big capital, and while not as modern as some of the sprawling metropolises in America or Europe, you should be able to find most of what you are looking for in the marketplace, or perhaps pay a visit to a local library if you'd like to conduct any research before you wish to leave.
I don't think the captain's going anywhere for a while.
Yeah, I think the captain
Probably, but I believe I'm booked out for the evening. Woo!
Hey, where did M1 go? I just noticed there's none in the chat.
He'll be back.
Okay.
He'll be back.
What would Edward like to do?
Well, Edward has two things on his mind that he would like to do. One would be the library, the other would be to stay and look after the captain.
Ooh.
He's-
Well, the captain's going to be here for several hours while he attempts to...
All these squares make a circle. All these squares make a circle.
attempts to work... Attempts to sit off the effects of the fight.
I have no idea what's going on.
Now, meanwhile, Ethan Blaine, you were treated to a lovely, luxurious bath and hand massage by several near-naked Yemeni women. They bathe you as if you are they bathe you like a mother would bathe a child, essentially scrubbing every part of your body and rubbing it down. And then you were escorted into a sauna where you were wrapped in a white dressing gown and given foot and deep tissue massages by the women. This process takes about an hour and a half, and when it's done, you feel extremely refreshed. But as you come out and you see the captain seated on a green leather ottoman, just groaning and swaying from back to forth, you are informed that there are still a couple hours to kill before your mount will arrive.
I'll take the captain aside to an old gramophone that I have, or actually it'll be a new gramophone in the 1930s. Put on a record and I start playing him Duke at Ellington, and I start him telling about the secret messages inside these works and how they predict the end times that are upon us.
Well, I'll listen to whatever he's rambling on about. Sounds interesting enough.
Yep. So first of all, then, while everyone else is doing that, Edward, as much as you'd like to care for the captain, the sensible part of you says you should do some research. So you bid the captain farewell and tell him to not wait too long, for you'll be back beside his side. You'll be back beside him very soon.
Okay, pretty birdie, bye.
You just
Call me pretty.
and step out into the bustling streets of Sana'a. You were told there's a library and a marketplace, but this is such a big and sprawling city, you have no idea where they are. I would like you, Edward, to please make an Arabic check.
An Arabic, okay. And that is a pass.
Hey.
Okay. You ask a couple of the locals, and at first they seem suspicious of you. Perhaps they are suspicious of all white people. However, what is your credit rating?
50.
50. However, you offer some pocket change to a couple of the locals to sweeten their tongues, to loosen their tongues, and this seems to sweeten them up a bit. You are soon given directions to a local library. One of several in the city, you were told, but this one is purportedly the biggest. However, it's still not very big. It's a medium-sized sandstone building that essentially just looks like a big brick square jutting out of the earth. The windows that line the front do not have glass, but instead have a crisscrossing stone mesh in front of them to keep the elements out. And instead of a door, there is just a black curtain. You slide aside the curtain and step into the library, very dimly lit, almost unseeably dark, with the mesh over the windows and no interior lighting save from a couple of candlelit lamps here and there. The library itself is almost seemingly deserted, save for a man at the far back who is deep in prayer with what you recognize to be a Quran laid out in front of him on the dusty floor. I would like you to make a library use check, please.
Yep. That is a pass.
Okay. I'm just sending a message to M1. There we go. Okay. You spend about 30 minutes making your way through the dusty shelves and trying to find if there's anything worth reading amongst the worn and ragged tomes. You do find a book in the local geography section that claims to be about the Nameless City of Irem. You pull it out of the shelf and a cloud of dust shoots out into your face, causing you to stifle a cough, and you carry the book over to a crudely hewn wooden table and begin to read. This is a book called Irem, A History in Brief. A legendary lost city somewhere in the Arabian desert, sometimes called Irem, Ubar, the City of Pillars, the Many-Columned, or the Nameless City. There are many legends surrounding the city. Some say it was created by creatures of great size and strength. Others say it was built by those from the sky who remain there to this day. More believable myths suggest that it was built by a king named Shaddad, who dared to make a paradise on
Who's
Earth
dad?
greater. Shaddad, who dared to make a paradise on Earth greater than heaven. All of the legends claim that Irem was destroyed. Some say it was a rain of fire from a wrathful god. Others claim it was destroyed by the burrowers from below. Another account says it was simply a great noise from heaven that felled the mighty city. Whatever the case, Irem has been lost in time and is now largely a haunted place, one to be shunned if ever encountered in the shifting sands of Arabia. With that, Edward, I'd like you to make a power check, please.
Power check? Okay.
Sure.
Arabia.
I realize they too should have probably been looking into this, but yeah, I'm sure.
Go Snapper vs Hank
Yeah.
Hill, who would win?
Is that a pass or a fail?
That's a
Smithy?
fail.
Okay. As
Can
you
that be pushed,
close-
or?
You can push it if you like.
Oh,
And thus begins the ticking clock as you read this passage in the book using the flickering flame of a nearby candle to illuminate it in this dusty, dim house of knowledge. Something flashes in your mind. Scenes from your recurring nightmare. Scenes of twisted pillars, broken towers,
Back in a
buried
second.
in sand, and a seemingly endless network of tunnels deep within the earth. And that gnarled figure that you always encounter in the dead end, who turns to face you, an ancient face withered with time. You lose 1 fan point. However, know that gleaning from this book that you just read, that there are apparently several occult myths and legends and bits of folklore surrounding this nameless city. You may conduct some research into these areas if you're game.
Sure, the thirst for knowledge never wavers.
Very well. Please make an occult check.
Ooh, that is a hard pass.
Grab the candle, place it on a little stone tray and hold it aloft as you once again venture into the dim, dusty aisles, searching for more knowledge. Eventually, walking past the praying man, you find a small room at the back of the library, hidden behind a curtain of purple beads. You push it aside and enter, and find a lone stone bookshelf filled with unlabeled leather tomes. At first, most of them appear to be innocuous, but you recognize one of them to have a familiar symbol drawn on its spine. A symbol which you recognize to be that of the Hermetic Order of the Silver Twilight, an image of great Cthulhu. Shuddering, you extract this book from the shelf and return to the roughly hewn table to read it. And here is what you find. It reads, "Finally, in my 53rd year was I able to find my way to the most grand temple of great Cthulhu my eyes had ever beheld. Surprisingly, it was not under the waves, nor even on the coast, but like the temple in the mountains on Han, it was far removed from the oceans, showing the depth of great Cthulhu's influence over the earth. Irem, the city of pillars, the nameless city, once home to Agraam, the worm wizards, and other ancient terrors. Following the directions from the last remaining scrolls of Kith Kanan's confession, I found the remains of the grand gateway to whence the temple district once stood. There, next to the giant hand that forever awaits the return of the silver key, I went 50 paces towards the setting sun. Once at the column etched with worm symbols dedicated to the glory of the Serpent Lord, I turned towards home and walked 33 steps to the dry well. Down the well I went, through the hole in its wall, and into the tunnels below the sands. In short time did I find the temples of Nug and Yeb, and soon after the temple of Cthulhu. It was far greater than I could have ever imagined, and my meager words would only do it, an unforgivable injustice. Now my quest for the children of the sea and the lords they worship may finally end. There is nothing left in the world I wish to see." Luckily, you do not lose any sand from reading this. However, you recognize that it seems to contain a set of directions how to find the entrance to this temple of great Cthulhu. Would you like to copy this page for future reference?
Yes.
Please make an Arabic check.
Can that be pushed?
It sure can.
There we go. That's an
Hey.
extreme.
You grab a blank piece of paper and make a pencil rubbing of the slightly engraved page, and then doing your best attempt at copying all of the Arabic symbols, make your own copy of the directions on this page. You fold the piece of paper up, insert it into your pocket, then you return all of the books to their dusty shelves. Once again walk past the praying man and emerge out into the desert sun. Meanwhile, back at the palace, David Adeline has treated you to what he calls his hospitality. What this mainly consists of is throwing you a great feast in a elaborately decorated dining room off the side of the central chamber, where he sits at the head of a dark oak table that spans the entire length of the room. Here, his female disciples continue to serve you with a constantly refilling palette of traditional Yemeni food, along with some Western favourites, no doubt to cater to David's particular tastes. These are complemented with copious amounts of wine, rock music, and a couple puffs of strange herbs and some hastily declined offers of the opium pipe.
No more pipe.
As you talk,
Yeah, I don't think it's sweet of that.
as you talk over the course of the meal, eventually the topic broaches your reasons for being in Yemen and what exactly you hope to find at the destination. Christopher, Dan Blythe, and Ethan, do you tell David about this so-called Nameless City that you
I don't know,
observed
am
him
I still
before.
coherent?
You're coherent enough.
Someone
to
actually
talk.
filled me in exactly
You
on
know-
what we're doing here.
Yeah, you've been
Okay.
filled in on the boat ride over because you're a friend of Charlie's, and that instantly gains you a measure of trust.
Diggity. I don't know, I was gonna say, I'm guessing the captain's out of commission. Is Dan planning on telling him anything, or is he busy
Dan is simply
enjoying the
shuffling-
buffet?
Yeah, Dan is shuffling his mouth full of the ethnic delights, and as he crams mouthfuls into his gaping maw, you hear him going, no, well, I thought the best you could get in life was a big stuffed cheeseburger. This stuff is delectable. So it remains on you, Ethan. Do you trust your purported guide enough to tell him what exactly you're doing here and what your destination is supposed to be?
Is there anything I can roll to? I suppose it's not really.
You can make a psychology check if you like, if you want to determine whether he's actually trustworthy.
Yeah, great, with all the psychology that I definitely have up my sleeve. Yeah, I might just give him the, Cliff Note version, just say we're out here, looking for something that's been lost for a while. You know how it is. Seeking glory and treasure beyond the sands, that sort of fun thing.
Then you have come to the right place. You're all looking for something that's lost.
Pilgrim's a word for it.
David,
Everybody that comes here is looking for something that's lost.
David, reading between the lines, you seem to come to the conclusion that what he's trying to say is that they are here on some sort of archaeological expedition, perhaps looking for treasure. And knowing that you have quite a collection of relics and archaeological materials yourself, do you offer to show them to Ethan here?
Yes.
David informs you, Ethan, that he actually has a collection of trinkets liberated from the desert sands, along with a number of texts deemed to be of archaeological importance. And if it's treasure you're hunting, you'll see he's quite the veteran at it. And he gestures to a wooden door just off the dining room, telling you to feel free to peruse his collection so long as you don't touch anything.
Well, don't worry, my friend. You have nothing to worry about, my friend. I never steal from allies or clients. Only the dead. Mm-hmm.
You chuckle as you make your way into the adjoining room and find yourself in some sort of private museum. The walls lined with glass display cases and bookshelves showcasing most of the so-called trinkets that David has liberated. I would like you to make an appraise roll, please.
Appraise. I believe I do actually. Yes, I do actually have something in that. That's a pass. Not by much, but it works.
You stroll around looking at the things on display, and you determine that the vast majority of them are in fact not treasures at all, but rather the sort of junk that people would sell to tourists, claiming that they are priceless treasures of the desert. However, there are a couple of genuinely valuable pieces, as well as a bookshelf that has quite a range of archaeological texts, including field journals and treatises on ancient cultures and other things of that ilk. If you would like to look through these texts, please make an archaeology check.
I can definitely do. Ooh, that's an extreme pass.
You browse the books on display in his modest collection. Most of them, not particularly special. They're the kinds of books that anyone who's got a half-decent interest in archaeology would already have. In fact, back home, you already own roughly 80% of these books. However, there is one. Its title simply stated to be Irem that catches your interest, mainly due to the archaic quality of the book. It's hand-detailed leather binding and carefully drawn calligraphy on the spine, telling you that this is a book of some age and perhaps worth reading. This is what you find within. You find a passage that seems to be of interest, or at least related to what Charlie was searching for. It reads, after the 236 cups, Kith Kanan spoke of the holy words he swore he received from great Cthulhu. He cried aloud during his 18 years of wandering. He travelled to many places and saw many wondrous sights. He named much, and many scribes filled a legion of scrolls with his recollections. But once he began to speak of the time of his coming, all were expelled from the cavern, save for a handful of priests and myself. It was then that Kith Kanan confessed his lie. Verily, he had not been blessed with the dreams of great Cthulhu at all, but instead learnt of them from a ruined temple in the haunted desert city of Irem. There, he had been seeking the shrines of Nug and Yeb, two of the greatest young of the Black Goat. In returning to the surface, he lost his way and soon came across a large temple to great Cthulhu. There he beheld the grand paintings of long-dead Agram, which showed the stars and maps of the world as it looked in elder times. From memory of those paintings, he was able to show us where sunken relief doth lie beneath the waves. As for the time, he had only a slight understanding of how the heavens move, so the exact time of greatness was unknown to him. After recounting his tale, mercy was shown to the heretic. His lying tongue was cut out. His eyes that had witnessed holies not meant for him were removed, and he was given to a servant of great Cthulhu to be punished as he saw fit. Feel a tingle down your spine, Ethan, as you read this, and I'd like you to make a SAN check, please.
One of those, just sort of flicking through that, two thoughts come to my head. First off, I sort of say out loud, these guys got a fun way of showing mercy there. How are you up to, Charlie? Let's pass.
Okay, you lose no SAN. You're not the type who believes in curses or anything like that. You've plundered many tombs in your time, but there's something about these words that still feels wrong. There's more in the book, of course. It seems to go in great detail about the so-called Irem of Pillars, but you'll need to study it at length to determine this. So would you like to take this book?
I was going to say, would I be allowed to, ask about it? Or...
Go ahead. Ask David.
So I can go, look, I know we've just met, and I know we're going to be working together a bit closely. I suppose, just while we're here, if I could study this just a little bit more, just so I get a proper idea on where we're going, or what we're dealing with here.
What do you say to this, David? Will you allow him to borrow a book from your collection to study?
Yeah, I think I will. For my generosity is known throughout the land.
Ethan, you were granted permission to bring this book along and study it during your journey through the desert. The meal is wrapping up now, and the plates of food are carried away by some of David's disciples, much to the disappointment and very audible sadness of Dan Blythe. The heavy-set woman known as Laurie steps into the room. She bows and she says, "Forgive me for disturbing you, my lord and guests, but the camels have been brought. However, it's nearly sunset, my lord, and my recommendation would be to leave at first light, if, of course, you would grant us the permission to give these guests accommodation for the night."
Yeah, by all means.
She nods, and then she gestures towards the rest of you and says, "Very well, come. I will show you to your lodgings. I hope you will find them adequate, as we will be providing the best hospitality that we can." She escorts the rest of you to a bed chamber buried somewhere deep within David's mosque-turned harem palace. And there are no traditional beds. Rather, there are velvet mattresses laid across a carpeted floor, each of them covered with thick blankets and pillows. Each of them has a half-naked female disciple lounging upon it. As you are brought into the room, Laurie smiles and gestures towards the mattresses, and she says, you shall sleep here for the night. And if you have any particular needs, our initiates here will do their very best to provide." She gestures towards the women, who look up at you all and smile.
Am I there yet, or?
Yeah, you're there. You're there now. Well, yeah, about this time, you hear footsteps coming from outside, and the woman known as Feng Shui steps in, leading with her Edward, who has seemingly just returned from the library. And Edward, you see the lodgings that your group has been provided.
This seems nice.
I just see all the beds and whatnot, and I fall straight on it and just pass out immediately. I'm gonna sleep this off.
You stagger over to one of the beds, and the woman looks up at you as you approach, and she reaches for the button at the top of her, the garment around her chest, as if she's about to unbutton it. But then you fall face forwards onto the mattress with a groan and begin snoring loudly. The woman sighs and looks up at the rest of you as she leans back on the mattress, folding up her garment once again.
Oh my.
And so you spend the night in this place. A night filled with mixed pleasures, but also a strange feeling of dread, as not only is your guide, well, very obviously completely nutso, but as Edward and Ethan recount what they read about the place you are heading to, you can't help but feel as if this small bit of pleasure you are experiencing here is akin to a death row inmate being given his last meal. And so, as the night goes by, I'd like Christopher to do a con check, please.
Can I push that, please?
Yes, you can.
Oh, thank you.
Oh, he having a bad time.
My con again. What was my con again? Shit!
Oh no.
Your dreams are bizarre, a mixture of psychedelic images. You were once psychedelic images and unspeakable terrors. You were once again on the yacht, on that lake, fleeing from the Shoggoth. Vera Delacroix screams as she's pulled under the roiling surface, a surface that is made up of vibrant colors, red, green, pink, purple, all swirling together. As she's pulled under the surface, her face changes to that of Edward's, and then that of Feng Shui. And as the Shoggoth tentacle drags her under the surface, it turns into a thick, twisting, arcing snake that opens its mouth, spitting poison at you. As the globule of poison sails towards you, it coalesces, forming an image, the face of Charlie Elwood. You awaken, your body bathed in the humid morning sunlight, your body covered in sweat, and your head still spinning. Clearly, whatever you smoked is going to take some time to wear off.
I'm never doing anything like that again. Oh, God.
So look him over and go, oh, looks like somebody had a good time.
I just take out my flask and just take a massive skull of my whiskey.
Make a power check, please.
Hey, that's a pass.
Hey.
Okay, so you drink whiskey, which immediately calms you down somewhat and lose no stand from the experience you just went through. However, as you climb to your feet, you find yourself swaying on the spot, struggling to stand, and you will be taking a penalty to certain rolls.
Oh, shit.
Is out of your system.
Well, you don't want that one to happen.
You barely have time to all stand up before your patron, David Aveline, enters the room, a broad smile on his face, and informs you it's time to depart. You are led out into the yard of the compound, where 5 camels are tied up to a series of wooden posts. One of the female disciples unties a camel and assigns it to each and every one of you. Before she signals for the wrought iron gate to be pulled open, she smiles and stares at you and says, "You do know how to ride camels, don't you?"
Yeah, sure. It's just like being on a boat.
Down there, Chief, but sure, why not?
They are the moose of the desert.
Yep. What are you saying there, David?
Oh no, I said they are the moose of the desert.
They are the moose of the
They are the moose of the desert.
Moose of the desert. I gotta write that one down.
You like it? You can't have it.
Yeah, I'm taking it anyway.
She spends about 20 minutes demonstrating how to mount the camel, how to get off, how to control it, cause it to move to the left and the right. She says as long as you travel at a steady pace, then you shouldn't worry about whether you can ride or not. If you need to run from something, however, then be very careful and make sure you do your best to remember everything I taught you. All of you gain 15 points in the ride skill if you do not already have it.
Oh,
Yay. Which skill? Oh, yay.
Right.
Hooray.
Is
Bottom of the third.
oh, awesome. 15.
Then, finally, you mount the camels, grab the ropes tied around their front, tied around the front of their bodies that serve as reins, and steer them through the compound gate out onto the streets of Sunna Arm. I would like, at this point, Dan Blythe to please make a size check.
He's gonna crush the camel.
Oh.
60. Let me check if that's a pass or a fail for Dan Blythe there. As you all climb in onto your camels and begin your journey, that is a pass.
Oh.
Somehow, as you make your way out through the main streets, negotiating the camels through crowds of people and leading them towards the city gates, you chance a glance at Dan Blythe, and under his sizable girth, his camel appears to be physically straining itself, but miraculously is able to keep up with the others. And so, Dan Blythe, if you were forced to make a ride check, you will not suffer a penalty. And thus begins the long and uneventful journey from Sana'an along the border of the Rub al-Khali Desert. The journey largely consists of travelling between tiny, unnamed villages on the border of the vast Rub al-Khali Desert. The villages are spaced about 1 to 3 days apart, and each village you pass is nearly identical to the last. Each one consists of nothing more than a small group of mud brick houses with thatched roofs clustered around the central well. Each village has plenty of water for no cost, but food is a rarer commodity, and therefore, thanks to the route you plotted out earlier, you must spend some money on food as you travel through these villages. So it's going to cost you each $20. Eat your fill of food eat your fill of food over this journey as you stop in several small villages.
$20.
Okay.
Yep, $20 each.
Fair enough.
Yeah, Dan Blythe pays an extra $5 because, you know, they have pretty meager fare in these small villages and he needs a lot to fill him up. This initial part of the journey takes about 9 to 10 days, and by the end of it, you're going out of your minds with boredom. You know that it hasn't been that long, but these 10 days seem to have stretched into what seem like weeks and months, and you can't help feeling that you've spent almost your whole lives in this sparse wasteland, your days punctuated with nothing more than sand dunes and small mud brick buildings. According to your map, you are nearing your destination. Coming up soon, a few days away, is the slightly bigger village of Al-Afan, the last spot of civilization before you truly enter the heart of the desert and begin your final leg of the journey towards Irem. But that is still several days away. So first, I would like Christopher to please make a navigate check.
Ooh, is that a... That is a critical. No, sorry, not critical, hard.
Yep, so it's a hard, very well. I would now like Ethan Blaine to make a survival check.
Survival? I don't think I've ever made one of these before. If I have, it hasn't been for a while. Where are we? Ah, there it is. That is a hard pass.
Hard pass, very well. So the last stretch before you reach Al-Afan is a particularly long one, and where you were passing a village on an average of every 1 to 3 days before, this leg of the journey continues on for almost 4 days with no civilization in sight. And through Christopher's navigation and Ethan's survival skills, you are able to find enough food and water to keep yourselves in peak physical condition as you make your way through the sands. Then, on the 5th day, when you are only a short distance from Al-Afan, you are assaulted in the early afternoon as the winds begin to pick up, their near silence becoming a low whisper, then a far-off whistle, then an ear-splitting, deafening roar as clouds of sand begin to buffet you, and a desert sandstorm rolls in without warning. This powerful storm seems to instantly appear, and Ethan Blaine, from your survival skill, you know that these sorts of sandstorms can last for several days. You will need to find a place to shelter and wait the storm out.
Good idea.
And so, I would like everyone to please make ride checks. Actually, first, I would like Ethan Blaine to make a survival check.
Yep, that's a pass.
Pass, okay, very well. That means all of you may now make ride checks with advantage.
Nice.
Yay.
What can I say except you're welcome? Oh, yeah, that's a...
Dan Blythe.
Holy shit, I got a crit pass.
That's a
Ooh,
fail.
2 passes.
Ooh, can I spend 3 luck points? I got an 18.
And
I was gonna
yeah,
say, if I rolled a 1, is that gonna help?
No, definitely not gonna help.
My boy
Yeah.
can ride under pressure.
Yep,
For
okay,
sure.
he can. Okay. Ethan Blaine, this is not your first sandstorm. You very quickly scan the desert horizon and see a couple of overhanging sandstones that you can shelter under, and you spur your camel to run towards them to get out of this storm so that you can wait in safety and shelter while it passes. Because you were able to quickly identify the safest way out of the storm, the distance that you have to travel to get to safety is much shorter. However, some of you still failed your rolls, and those of you who failed, you lose 1d3 HP as the sandstorm buffets you with sharp grains of sand and pieces of rock.
Gosh.
So who failed?
I did.
Missy and Tom both did.
I know.
That's 3 HP for each of you. Caught out in the open desert with no place to hide, you seek shelter under an overhanging rock that almost forms a cave in front of you, save for missing it would almost be a cave, 3 walls, save for the one at the very front, which is just a large open gap that looks out onto the desert. However, for the 2 of you, as your flesh is exposed to the harsh grit in the air and your camels don't quite carry you as fast as everyone else's, you are buffeted by the elements. And when you arrive underneath the overhanging rock and dismount your camels, you find your arms and face pockmarked with several small cuts and abrasions.
Ow.
Yeah, sandstorms are always rough. I remember a few years back crossing the Arabian desert with some weird fellow named Darude. Man, we got caught up in one of those for days on end. It was a nightmare.
You stand in the mouth of the cave, listening to the roaring wind and watching the clouds of sand buffet by. The sandstorm is so thick now that you cannot see anything through it. The blue skies above are completely obscured by the thick red and brown haze. And so, you begin to extract your camping supplies from the saddlebags around your camels, pitching your tents, unrolling your sleeping bags, and you settle down to spend the rest of the day and the night under this rock. Is there anything you would like to do before you retire to bed?
I might study that book I borrowed from David for a little bit before we turn in.
Yes, you
I
may
just
do that.
like to sit around the campfire and just like steadily just drink my whiskey and just try to still calm myself from the after effects of the drug.
Good times.
Have I been accompanied by any of my followers?
No, you have not brought your followers with you.
No
Any of
concubines.
the lieutenants?
Actually, you brought Feng Sui with you.
Cool.
Left Laurie back at the.
I'll have Feng Sui just attend to me.
As soon as David's tent is set up, while the rest of you have small one-person canvas tents, David's is a large purple velvet affair with fake minarets and spires attached to the corners. As soon as it is set up, he holds out his hand to help Feng Sui off their camel, and then she wraps her arm around his waist as they both enter the tent and pull the zip shut behind them. The rest of you, Edward and the captain, you get a campfire going and just sit there and try to catch your breath as you listen to the howling sandstorm outside. Dan Blythe is
Sorry.
Dan Blythe is seated at the very back of the cavern, a ration bag open in front of him, and as he opens up one of the bags containing biscuits and dried bread that's supposed to sustain you for the
You
journey,
gonna make biscuits?
he looks at you all mournfully and he says, "Well, I'm gonna eat this slowly and I'm gonna savor it, because it's all we got," and then proceeds to insert an entire loaf of bread into his mouth.
I'm gonna save this home.
No. The key to rationing is to take tiny little bites, like so. No.
And Ethan, I'd like you to make an own language check, please.
I have that. It's not fantastic. Nope. Let's try that again. Feeling. Yeah, it's just a pass.
You sit by the campfire, make a meager meal of rations, and while you actually take your time eating them, while Dan Blythe mournfully looks on and his stomach loudly rumbles, you hold the book open and under the flickering light of the campfire study it. The words within it are archaic, hard to make out, even harder to discern meaning from. But you glean something from the book. It appears to be a description of the Nameless City and all of the secrets that lay within, at least those secrets filtered through several generations of folklore. And you pick up, you memorize a couple of little bits and pieces that might prove useful. I would like you to lose 1d5 sand, first of all.
5.
Actually, sorry, 1d3. We'll go 1d3.
1d3? Where's my little d4 at?
10 lives pooping in the desert.
It's a 1.
A 1, and increase your Cthulhu Mythos skill by 1d3.
Oh, fun. That's a 2.
Then, having read enough for today, feeling your brain about to burst from trying to decipher this ancient text, you close the book, put it back in your bag, bid good night to everyone, and retire to your tent. You all go to sleep. Edward and David, you each recover 1 HP overnight.
Yay.
And now, would everyone please give me their luck values?
No, I don't want to.
40. Where am I at? 40. No, that's sanity. 60 for luck.
70.
63.
63, what about?
23.
Alright, so Edward it is. Edward, in the early hours of the morning, probably about 2 or 3 a.m., You are awoken by shuffling sounds in your tent. As you groan, open your eyes and try to figure out the source of what has awoken you. You see a shadowy figure moving in the front of your tent.
Captain, is that you?
As you speak out, as you speak out, the figure seemingly jolts as if startled, and then, without wasting a moment, it quickly ducks out of the entrance of your tent, and from outside you can hear the scrabbling and shuffling of footsteps running across the sand. You reach over, grab a match, and light the small lantern that rests by your head. And as the flickering light fills your tent, I'd like you to make a spot hidden check, please.
That is a pass.
You look around and your heart beating loudly almost jumps out of your mouth as you notice that your sword and your musket are both gone.
So instantly duck out of the tent and see if I can see anyone running off or anything.
As you duck out of the tent, you have just enough time to see the shadowy humanoid figure dashing out of the mouth of the cave and out into the desert, where the sandstorm is still blowing, but tame enough that one can now move through it.
Run straight into the captain and start going crazy about people came in, stole the sword, and went off into the sandstorm.
I think you have to do a better job at waking me. I'm like still effed up.
I'm probably already awake. It doesn't take much.
Yeah. As Ethan steps out of his tent and begins to look around, you shake the captain and begin shouting at him, "Someone came in and they took my sword and they've run off into the desert. Please, Captain, you have to help us. Captain, you have to get up." And
I grab his flask of the whiskey and start pouring it over his face.
Oh no.
Archie, shut up. Go away.
You grab the hilt of his sword and poke him sharply on the top of the head with it.
God damn it!
He immediately rolls over, begins muttering, and then opens his eyes, sits up and begins to rub his head.
What the hell are you on about, son?
Someone has come in and stolen my priceless artifacts.
Oh, still groggy. I'm like, concerned, but still like, I slowly get up and just start perking around and trying to look outside the best I can.
Make a spot hidden check with disadvantage, as your vision, almost a week later, over a week later, is still swimming from whatever was in that spot.
Okay, what is my spot hidden at? That is a fail.
You see nothing in the mouth of the cave other than the dark blue desert dunes outside and a couple small clouds of sand still blowing in the wind.
Well, whatever took your stuff, they're not here now. I can't see anything in this.
That's the problem. They've gone, and now I'm completely helpless, and my priceless artifacts are gone.
Well, maybe look around, get some torches going. Let's look for some tracks.
As you all fan out, pick up your supplies, and begin to look around, you rouse Dan Blythe from his slumber. And as you begin to search for tracks, you hear the sound of David's tent opening up, and David, clad in his gold-trimmed white robe, steps out with a topless Feng Shui standing beside him. Both of them are rubbing their eyes. Do you have anything to say as you step out into this commotion, David?
I said, well, it seems God has sent a creature of the desert to challenge us. Never mind. Onwards.
Creature. No kind of creature of the desert steals weapons.
It could have been a desert bandit, but this far from civilization, you've never heard of that happening. I would like everyone, except for Christopher, to do a spot hidden check, because he already failed his.
Yeah, that's a no.
That's possible. Wait.
That's exactly my spot hidden.
Pass 2 fails. I'll do Dan Blythe's one.
That's a pass for me.
Alright, I'll do Dan Blythe's one. Alright, Dan Blythe is going to push his. And that's a pass. Okay, so 3 passes, 2 fails. The cave is dark and there's no natural source of light save for the moon outside and the flickering candlelight, the flickering flame of your torches. You search for a few minutes and you're unable to find any signs of anyone having entered the cavern, at least until you reach the mouth of it, where you see quite clearly footprints leading out into the desert. Clearly, whoever stole Edward's stuff was in no rush and did not care that they would leave tracks for you to follow. The footprints, you notice, are quite small, almost child-sized, but they do look human.
Can't do anything going nowhere like this.
So what would you like to do?
So how is it, like light, or is it just...
It's still dark outside, but there is the light of the moon, and you have torches. You can follow the tracks if you want to.
Well, I don't know about you, but I need to go get my stuff back.
So would you like to appeal to the others to...
Yes, I would.
So what do the rest of you think of this? Would you like to Would you like to go with Edward to follow the tracks out into the desert to get his stuff back, or do you think this is a dangerous idea?
It's more dangerous to let him wander off in the sandstorm by himself than bad for all of us.
Yeah. Look, I'm not gonna lie, David would probably be just interested in getting this on with as quickly as possible.
Yeah, so
the longer we should definitely get onto this, because the longer he's out there, the harder it's going to be before it's going to be harder to get him back.
That's fair enough. Okay. So, Edward, you've convinced the party to come with you and follow these tracks out into the desert. It's quite dark outside the cave. The sandstorm is still blowing, but not enough to physically harm you. A bit of sand gets in your eyes, but as long as you hold your hands above your eyes at all times and move slowly enough, you should be okay. I would like the entire party to make track rolls, please. Although if you'd rather not, if you don't have track, you may also substitute it for a hard intelligence check.
Hard intelligence, you're saying?
Yes.
No, I don't. Intelligent. Okay. Better off trying to intelligence.
Well, that is just a pass.
Oh, that's a 22. That is a hard.
Yep, so 3 passes. Well, that's more than...
Yeah, that's a fail for me.
That's okay. The group pass succeeded.
Oh, Dale, I'm just going to stop you for a sec. Thanks to Mr. Steve, we now have Season 2 and Season 3 of Deadliest Warrior.
Yeah, thanks, Mr. Steve. So you follow the tracks, and although quite fresh, they're already being covered up buried, washed away by the sandstorm, and at a couple of points they fade, and you have to look around and carefully scan the sand dunes to pick up the trail again. But eventually you do. Follow it out into the desert over several high dunes of sand. As you make your way through the sandstorm, you follow the trail for about 20 minutes until the trail moves out into what appears to be a reasonably sized plateau in the middle of the desert, surrounded on all sides by rock cliffs with sand pouring over them. Sandfall, the type of mini valley buried in the desert. You see something shining down at the foot of those cliff faces. You see Edward's sword and musket lying on the ground. Lying on the ground on top of the sand.
Weird. Is there? Can we see anything else around the musket?
You may have a look. You may make a spot hidden.
That is a pass.
You do not see anything other than seemingly endless sand. However, studying the tracks that lead down into the small plateau and end before the musket and the sword, you notice that the tracks seemingly just stop in the sand, as if the person vanished.
Huh. Right, Mr. Guru, have you got any ideas about this?
Well, it seems to me what's been taken by God been delivered by Allah himself. I mean,
Then Sway wraps her arms around David as he says this and says, yes, if it's God's will, then we shouldn't interfere. After all, we can trust David. He knows what God plans.
I just look sus at them and then look back at the captain and say, can I get him?
How
What type of ventilating?
How far? Like, it's just the musket?
Just the musket and the sword.
How?
They're about 30 feet away from you. There's a sharp decline, and it ends in like a tiny little plateau or valley, which is surrounded on three sides by sheer cliff faces. So there's only one way in or out, and it's down the side of the sand dune.
Right, so it's in a little cave in area, yeah.
Well, it's got an open, it doesn't have a roof, it's just got open sky, but yeah, it's in a little enclosed area.
Are there any rocks or anything around?
Yeah, there are several quite large rocks half buried in the sand. And as you walk towards the enclosed area, you pass several of these vaguely circular black greyish rocks jutting out of the sand.
I would like to try pick one up and huff it somewhat near the musket and sword.
Alright, one of the huge rocks or just one that'll fit in your hand?
One that will fit in my hand.
Alright. You look around and you see a small chunk of sandstone at your feet. You pick it up and you hurl it down the sand dune. It lands next to the musket and the sword, and it shatters, scattering across the floor. I would like you to please make a spot hidden check with disadvantage.
Oh shit. Well, I don't need to do that. That was a 99.
Oh, cool.
I mean, I can roll again. See if you want me to get 100.
No, you're fine.
I think it's safe.
You may have seen something move out of the corner of your eye. However, given that your vision is still swimming and twisting in front of you, you can't tell for certain.
I just want to take a moment, catch my breath, and get our new buddy, Mr. Blaine, and explain to him I thought I saw something, and if he wants to do the same thing I did and have a look at, because I'm positive something is down there is reacting to movement.
I can do my best. It's not my forte of spotting.
All you need to do is throw a rock and try not to hit the musket.
Yeah, sounds like a plan.
Ethan, I would like you to make a luck check, please.
Oh, yeah, that's a definite pass.
You look around and you see a chunk of rock jutting out of the sand. You grab it and hoist it up, and then stepping forward, you make an overarm throw down into the enclosed area. It lands on the ground next to the musket with a loud thump, and then make a spot hidden check, please.
Come on. Ooh, that's an 8. Thank God, 'cause I don't actually have spot hidden, so.
Oh, well, that'll do it. There is a large, grey, vaguely round, hump-shaped rock jutting out of the sand a short distance away from Edward's items. Almost identical to a couple of the rocks that you can see sticking out of the sand leading down the sand dune. And you can swear that as the rock hits the ground, this large, hump-shaped rock shudders.
Okay, so that rock moved. That's the new one.
Yeah. Everyone just back away slowly and head back to the camp.
But what about my stuff? I need to get my stuff back.
Edward, I don't think you'll be getting your things back.
This is clearly just a bait.
Yeah, you ever seen those insects that bury themselves in the sand and have bait and lure the ants into the sand traps? I'm pretty sure this is one of those situations.
Ethan, Ethan, you're not sure what's going on. It could just be bandits, but either way, you'd like to avoid trouble if possible.
Yeah. Just because I have guns doesn't mean I like to use them if I don't have to.
I'm going to make a luck check for Dan Blythe here.
Oh no.
Oh.
Dan Blythe wipes his brow with his hand and he says, "Oh, all this walking through the desert is killing my feet. I gotta rest." And then he walks over to one of the nearby hump-shaped rocks and begins to sit on top of it.
Oh, no.
As he does so, it begins to shake, and then it jolts, knocking Dan Blythe off and sending him flying face first into the sand. What you thought was a rock is in fact some sort of humanoid creature lying in the fetal position, having buried itself in the sand. And then, from out of the sand, unfurls the Sand Dweller, a rough-skinned, large-eyed, large-eared, with a horrible, distorted resemblance to a koala bear facially, though its body has an appearance of emaciation. As it As it begins to stand up and shuffle across the sand, the other rocks also begin to twist and unfold, and then 4 sand dwellers, including the one down in the valley, begin to shamble towards you, eager to feast on your flesh.
Hey, 2 questions. 1, what? 2, the fuck?
As they do it, these hunchbacked, thinly emaciated, childlike figures begin to walk towards you with their eyes glowing red in the night. I'd like everyone to please make sand checks. And because Dan's like passed his luck check, you get to act first.
And that's a pass. That's a 7.
That's far from me.
Oh my god! Yes, we are facing Jawas.
I was gonna say when you said they look like koalas, my first thing was, my god, drop bears are real. And that's a pass.
I'm going to post a picture of what they look like.
Oh yes.
In before someone posts a jar.
Yeah, I'd like to know what fresh hell we're actually facing and how freaked out I should be about it.
Ooh.
Okay, so here's a picture of what.
Oh my god! Kitty just.
Wow,
Yeah.
that is like.
Where are we?
Kitty just sent me a picture as well.
This is a Jawa without a cloak on.
Yeah, that's what Jawas look like under their cloak.
Yeah,
Oh,
the, the,
Photo
one,
hasn't loaded.
the one Kitty sent me is more terrifying.
Well, either way, mine hasn't loaded, so I'm just looking at them like,
Well,
where?
if you pass... Oh,
Yep,
that one's
there it is.
terrifying too.
Oh no!
If you pass your sand check, you lose 1 sand point. If you failed your sand check, that's going to be
Oh god.
1d6.
Oh no.
If the only stem I got back was from the sea shanties.
Right,
then,
Edwards.
fail.
You said we were rolling sanity, yes?
Yep.
Yes.
Oh,
1
thank
if
God,
you
that's a pass.
1d6 if you fail.
Edward, it was nice
Okay,
knowing
what's
you.
a 1?
Yay!
1!
Thank you! Hallelujah!
Alright.
So excited because I got such a low roll, and then I was like, nope.
What am I rolling, sorry?
You're rolling your sand, please, Dan Blythe.
E6?
Did you pass or fail your
Send
check?
first.
I think I passed.
If you pass, you just lose 1 sand. You don't need to roll.
Yeah, he passed. He got a 9.
I was gonna say, I'm still sticking with my, you
Yeah.
know, what the actual fuck.
Yeah, what the...
Hey,
You're less terrified and more just, what the fuck is this? Okay, so we have some new characters in the party. Ethan Blaine, your dex is 70. What is your dex, David?
My dex is doodly 60.
Alright, Ethan Blaine, you're up first.
My dex is 70 as well. How do we resolve this?
I'll just let you go second. 'Cause
Okay.
he's the one who saw them first, so...
Yeah, yippee.
Fair call.
Well, for a split second I set an eye off the Desert Eagle and go, maybe not yet. Instead I go for my trusty Luger instead.
Alright, please make a firearms check.
That's a hard pass.
Okay, I'd like you to roll damage and double it. That's an impale.
Hey.
Right.
Bet you impaled with your Luger?
Ooh, and that's
Yeah,
a 9.
pretty
That's gonna be
good.
18 damage. That's gonna be 18 damage.
Ooh, lovely. Their criticals are just called impales in all of Cthulhu. You take aim at one of these shuffling monstrosities as it opens its mouth and begins to cry. And then you fire a bullet, bang, right in the creature's overgrown head, and it sprawls down, hitting the dirt, throwing up a cloud of sand, and begins to bleed out. Okay,
I was gonna say, looking at the creature going, just because I don't like using guns doesn't mean I don't know how to use them.
Yep. Okay, so Christopher, you're up next.
How many of them are there again?
There's 3 left.
Okay, I'm going to implement the good old technique of spray and pray.
All right, you're gonna fire in
Gonna-
a barrage.
Yeah, gonna go
Your-
full auto clip with the AK.
Okay, so what's your firearm skill?
50.
Okay, so you're going to fire in 5 volleys. So this means 5 volleys, and there are 30 bullets in the clip. So I just have to do some calculation here.
Yeah, that's fine.
30 divided by 5. Okay, so there's going to be 6 bullets in each volley here.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so what you need to do is you're now going to number of bullets in a volley is minimum of 3 and maximum of 5. Okay, so there's 5 bullets in each volley. Okay, so 5, 10, so 6 volleys each with 5 bullets. So I'd like you to please make 6 firearms checks.
That is a 48, so that's a pass. 1. Next is just on a 50, so another pass. That's a 51, that's a fail. And the next one is a 48, so 3 passes.
Okay, so 3 passes. So were any of them half passes?
No, they were just normal passes.
Normal. So for a normal pass, it means half of the bullets in the volley hit.
Mm-hmm.
So please roll damage for 6 shots.
Okay, what's the damage for the AK? 2d6 plus 1. For how many shots was it?
6 shots.
Okay, it's 8 for 1. 5 for 2. 9 for 3. 3 for 4. 6 for 5, and the last one is a... what's that? Goddamn needle athleteptize, I can't fucking tell. That's a 7.
You grab your AK-47 and then you begin to spray and pray. Firing in volleys as the creatures shamble towards you. In the hail of gunfire, 2 of the 3 go down, and you manage to hit the 3rd one, but it keeps coming. Indeed, it seems to be enraged. It opens its mouth, screaming, "Ah!" and it rushes towards you. Swinging with its elongated, bony arms, which function as claws. I would like you to make a dodge check, please, Christopher.
I reckon
So
I
it
could
would've
do
been-
that.
So I've been like eyeing off the captain's AK-47, going, "What the? Okay."
That is a 7.
That's a pass. The creature swings at you and you duck out of the way. Okay, it is now David Aberline's turn.
David Aveline will turn to Feng Shui and go, "It's time to use the skills that I've taught you," and then I will go put some distance between myself and these things.
Protect your leader!
Protect me, Squire!
Please make a luck check.
Sure. That's pass.
You turn around and begin running up the sand dune, and as you do, you pass 2 more of the rocks. They begin to unfurl, and
Oh,
2
shit.
more sand dwellers reach out, snatching towards you, but you shriek, cover your face in your hands, and continue running, and they are unable to grab you. Meanwhile, Feng Shui uses the skill that you taught her. Is her katana skill. She reaches into her white robes, and you hear the sound of a sword being unsheathed. As she pulls out a katana and rushes towards the closest sand dweller. You may roll for her.
That would be a hard pass.
Hard pass. Okay, we'll see if what the sand dweller does. The sand dweller grabs Feng Shui as she swings the katana for her, grabbing her blade arm and crunching her bone. She shrieks in pain and drops the katana to the ground. In her moment of confusion, the creature lashes out with a bony claw and deals roll 1d6 plus 1d4, deals 8 points of damage to Feng Shui, tearing into her soft
And that's
flesh.
a foul on the con check.
Yep, she immediately hits the dirt, unconscious. Okay, Edward. Actually, Dan Blythe, your turn. What would you like to do?
How many more of those
There's
secret
3 left.
crawlers left?
3 left.
Alright, what's my proximity to them?
You've got one that's close enough that you can hit it with your tripod. The other 2 are further up the sand dune and will need to be shot.
Is there any that are currently engaged with any of my?
None of them are engaged with you. The two that David activated, the 2 that David ran past are probably going to be heading towards him, and the other one's just taken Feng Shui down. It's probably going to leap on her at very soon.
Alright, so what I might do is whoever is having a Java come at them, can I ready my shotgun?
Yes. Okay. So you ready your shotgun and you wait as the sand dweller leaps forward, going for the kill strike against Feng Shui, and then bang, you fire your shotgun. Make a firearms check with advantage, please. As you were readying it and waiting for this.
Oh, that is then
life. That is a pass.
Really?
Boom. Okay. You may roll the damage for your shotgun, and that is 2d6.
2d6 plus 1, isn't it? No, it's just 2d6, so that's okay.
Boom. The creature falls forwards, the flesh tearing off its back as your shot eats into its emaciated body. You have killed it. Okay, Edward, your turn. There are 2 left.
So is there any
Kick it.
where the sword and the rifle are? Is
Yep.
there anything between us or any
No,
signs that there is
the way
anything
is
there?
clear now. Way is clear. You can get down there and get them if you like.
Yep. Okay, I will. No, I'll go and get them, or attempt to go
Alright.
get them. Yep.
I'd like you to make a dex check, please, just to determine if you'll have enough time to actually fire your rifle.
Yep. It helps if I type in the Discord chat, not the stream chat.
To help.
Yep, that is a hard pass.
Noticing that the way is clear, you rush down the sand dune, almost throwing yourself to the ground as you scoop up both of your prized possessions. You quickly wrap your sword around your back and grab your rifle. Then you take aim at one of the sand dwellers running down the sand dune. Make a firearms check, please.
Ooh, that is a extreme.
Boom! That is an impale. Roll and double the damage, please.
The hell's that?
That was M1 sneezing.
Oh.
Bless you, M1.
Artillery. Thanks.
That is 22 points of damage.
Bang! You shatter its overgrown head like a watermelon, and then set to work reloading your musket.
That's what you get for stealing my stuff.
This leaves one sand dweller, and it is the one sand dweller's turn. The closest person is David Aveline, so snarling and baring its claws, it rushes towards you. Make either a dodge or a fighting brawl check, please, David.
I will make a dodge. That's pass.
That's a pass, okay.
Wait. Sorry, I'm out of blood.
Fail? Alright, well...
Oh, wait, no, 3 is a fail. Just a fail.
Just a fail. Okay, well, he may fail his fighting check. We'll see. And he failed his fighting check by 1 point.
Oh.
Literally by 1. He swings at you with his claws, and you throw yourself to the dirt as the bony arms swing through the air above you. Okay, Ethan Blaine, it's your turn again.
Well, you said there was just the one left, right?
Yeah.
Just the one.
Alrighty, well, if the first didn't succeed, keep shooting until they all die, I guess.
Good motto.
And that's another hard pass.
Ooh, roll your damage and double it, please.
I gotta say, I really do enjoy having a decent firearms check. Makes this so much easier to work with.
Yep.
Yeah. That's gonna be 14 this time.
14. Boom! You hit it in the back of the neck. It makes a sickly gurgling sound as it hits the floor. Suddenly, all is silent, save for the whispering wind. You appear to be safe for now. Do you wish to do anything with these dead sand dwellers?
Some of the dead sand dwellers, but someone should probably go check on Feng Shui.
Yeah, no.
Yeah.
Also, I'm just so looking at the captain going, so is this a normal thing for you guys, or what?
You get used to it.
Edward just goes over to the captain and thanks him for helping him get back his priceless artifacts.
Oh yeah, no, that's fine. No need to thank anyone else. We're good here.
I'd like to try and tend to Feng Shui's wounds.
All right, make a first aid check, please.
Fail for me.
I was gonna say I can give it a go if you want.
No, if you don't.
Sure.
Yeah, if you don't mind.
Go ahead, do a first aid check.
Yeah, that's a pass.
All right, so she gains 1 HP. Her major wound is healed.
Nice.
And yes, for everyone in the audience, Tom is playing 2 characters.
Clever though.
Clever girl.
Because his actual character can't actually do really can't do much, so...
He's a big fat phony.
So he's a great big phony.
She groans feebly in her unconsciousness, and then you hoist her over your shoulder. You take another glance at the emaciated corpses of the sand dwellers, already sinking into the deep sand, already burying themselves.
I'll be back in greater numbers.
And you begin to make your way back to camp. However, the sandstorm has already filled in most of the tracks you followed, leaving you with no obvious way to get back to camp. So I would like Ethan to please do a survival check.
Just push that. Oh, that's much better. That's an extreme.
Lovely. Ethan, you remember several landmarks in the sand that you pass on the way here. A couple of rocks and a gnarled dead tree and you manage to use these to retrace your steps back to your camp. And sure enough, after about half an hour, you find yourself cresting a sand dune and coming upon the cave where your camels are tied up and you are encamped.
Derude, how many times have you saved my ass?
I just remembered I still have 2 jerry cans on me.
You do. Those are going to come in handy very soon. David, you lay Feng Shui down in your shared sleeping bag inside your tent. You immediately zip it up and cuddle up to her, going to sleep and helping her recover in your own way, administering some divine healing.
Sexual healing, sexual.
The rest of you catch your breath And then, Edward, making sure your supplies are well secured, you climb back into your tent and try to get some more sleep.
I'd like to think all this hubbub has like fully sobered me up now.
Yeah, we will see.
I would already use my first aid.
we will see. A few hours later, the sun begins to rise, and no sooner have the first rays of sunlight pierced the cabin than you already feel the stifling desert heat crawling out of your tents, aching and tired. You pack up your supplies back into the saddlebags on the side of the tent, and Feng Shui, being conscious once again, is helped onto the back of David's camel. Then, with the sandstorm finally gone and the sands glistening red under the rising sun, you continue your journey. I would like Christopher to please make a constitution check with disadvantage.
Oh, bugger you. Oh, and that was a 12. Fuck you, Dale.
Oh no.
I mean, I love you.
We love you, but god damn it.
About an hour into the journey, you begin to feel an
Hey, it's a pass
pain.
anyway. Haha.
Oh wow.
Anyway, you're fine. Okay, as you travel through the desert, you feel your head, the lightness in your head fading and your vision returning to normal, and you sigh in relief as it finally begins.
That shit's over.
Just the same, as you guide your camels across the desert sand, Christopher, you feel a biting, itching pain coming from your nether regions. And eventually you are forced to stop. You climb off your camel and you scurry over to a distended dead bush in the shade of an overhanging rock. Pull down your pants and try to do your business. And as you do, you notice that you are bleeding.
What?
You take
No.
one of the effects.
Oh no!
Oh no!
It appears that your body has finally passed the drug. However, it did not exit gracefully, and you suffer 1d3 of damage.
Please tell me it came out the other end, not the important end.
Let me check.
Oh, thank God, that's just
No, it's in there.
Right, so
No, not in the exact words of bleeding through the what's-it, but it's definitely in there.
Yep. Cursing David under your breath, you pull up your pants and you return to the rest of the group, climbing painfully onto the back of your camel and spurring it forwards.
Is everything alright, Captain? You need some special attention.
Just leave me alone.
Yeah, looks like the captain's riding through some rough seas, I guess.
Just riding on the camel. Ow, 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 ow.
It hurts when I pee.
Why does it hurt when I pee?
And as you're riding along, David, you see Christopher wincing with each step the camel takes, and you chuckle silently as you know exactly what he is experiencing.
The devil's repercussions.
After many days of traveling through the desert, you finally reach the settlement of Al-Afam. This tiny settlement resembles the countless other villages that your
Since it's been... Sorry to interrupt, but since it's been many days, do I get the health point back?
Oh no, I'm saying after many days. That you
Okay, yep. Sorry.
But later that same day, you finally reach the settlement of Al-Afam. This tiny settlement resembles the countless other villages your expedition has passed through thus far. Upon arriving in Al-Afam, several of the locals, all of them dressed in thick layers of animal hide and robes, look up from their day-to-day tasks, farming, tilling the land, feeding animals, casting a brief glance over all of you before returning to their work. You barely have time after you've entered the town, parked your camels in front of a water trough and dismounted them to do anything before you are approached by a hunchbacked, very thin man with a long grey beard. He smiles at you from under the hood of his hide robe and says something in Arabic. Edward, I'd like you to make an Arabic check, please.
That is a hard pass.
He says to you in Arabic, "Come to our village. I am Elder Najir. You have been expected. If you would follow me."
I just let the others know that we've been expected.
This causes a little ripple down your collective spines. Perhaps a little bit of discomfort, as no one has known, or at least no one should have known, that you were heading this way, and it's strange that this small village knew you were coming, or even more, that someone here in this tiny ramshackle settlement is expecting you. So what do you do? Would you like to follow the village elder?
I suppose we should. And just keep a lookout on the surroundings as we follow.
Yep. You finish tying up your camels, and David once again holds out his hand, helping Feng sway off her camel. She reaches into her robe, and you hear a jingle as she checks to make sure her katana is securely wrapped around her. And then you begin to follow the old man, Najir. The frail elder leads you through the main square of the village, past a small field containing grazing sheep and a couple of crops, a yellowing brick well, and eventually leads you to a small mud brick house that has been painted a bright yellow and is adorned with many strings of beads, curious bits of pottery, and several bundles of freshly cut, pale desert flowers. Arriving at the building's only entrance, an open archway without a door, Najir looks down at his feet, pulls out a name into the archway, Mikhail, and then, taking one last glance at you, he quickly scuttles away at a surprising speed. I'd like you all to make psychology checks, please.
Oh, dang it. Actually, wait, what's psychology?
I was meant to share this like a couple minutes ago.
Half out for me.
What's the base of psychology?
10.
10.
Oh, yeah, that's a no for me.
It's a no.
I'd like to spend 4 luck points to pass.
Sure. And I know Dan Blythe's psychology is at 40, so Dan Blythe also passed. Okay. As Nadir runs away, and based on the speed at which he is running and the fact that he doesn't glance back at either you or the yellow brick house, he appears to be deeply afraid of the inhabitants of this building. From within the structure, you suddenly hear a dry voice calling out to you in slightly accented English. "I've been waiting for you, visitors. Please, enter." What do you do?
Still very wary from what happened.
Yeah.
I keep my not
Hmm.
not gripping on my sword, just like hand like hovering, slightly hovering on the hilt as I enter.
Yeah.
Hmm.
Speak
Alright.
friend and enter.
Anyone else wish to make any particular precautions?
Just take a step closer to the captain.
Yep,
Yeah, no, I'll be right.
you'll be right.
I
Okay.
might just just keep my hand close to my gun just to be safe.
You steel yourselves, taking one last look around you at the suddenly deserted village. And then you
That's
step,
not good.
Yeah, and then you step through the archway into the yellow house. Once inside, you see a room. Yep.
Wait. Is the house the only thing that's yellow among the village?
Yeah, all the other
Oh
houses.
no.
What?
Yeah, we're gonna get ambushed.
Oh
I'm clear
no.
now.
What do you mean, oh no?
Oh
In
no.
fact, now that
Are you saying oh no in character or out of character? Because by the way, I'm questioning.
Out of character.
Oh
now
no.
that you've in fact noticed this, Christopher, I will allow you a Cthulhu Mythos roll, and also I'll allow Edward's one as well.
Oh no. Oh, that's a pass. Oh no. Oh no.
That is a fail. Somehow.
Okay, Christopher, you have read of an entity known as the King in Yellow, and seeing this house, subtle at first, but clearly intended to stand out with its yellow paint, unlike anything else in the village, you begin to feel incredibly nervous. Once inside, you all see a room devoid of all furnishings except for a single woven mat in the middle, upon which sits a man. This man is nearly skeletal in appearance, weighing perhaps no more than 120 pounds. His hair and beard are both long and unkempt, matted together and sticking up at odd angles. The ruined socket where his left eye had once been goes uncovered, and his face is thus a ghastly sight to see as an empty eye socket stares blankly at you. The brown robes he wears flow around his thin frame like a billowing tent. I would like you all to make SAN checks, please.
Here we go.
That's a pass.
Well, if I... Alright.
Yeah, no.
That's a fail.
Okay, this might be
failed.
what drives Edwards batshit crazy.
Yes,
I done failed.
Okay. I would like, if you passed, it's going to be 1 SAN loss. If you failed, it's going to be 1d3.
Oh, well, that's not that bad, thank God.
Yeah, well,
Alright,
One at a time.
let's see, what is my... because my Cthulhu Mythos is so high, can I roll a, check to see, like, the proper way to act in, No?
Just wait.
Okay.
You are all unsettled by this man's ghastly face. But Edward is clearly... Edward...
Call Cthulhu at the moment.
Ah, he's just talking to his girlfriend, yep.
Oh, Tom, you might just want to mute yourself while you do that.
Yeah. If anyone, however, is frightened, it is clearly Edward, who begins visibly fidgeting and muttering under his breath as he gazes upon the man. For, Edward, as you gaze upon this impossibly ancient man's leathery face, you recognize him as the man who has haunted your dreams for months now, ever since you first read the Necronomicon.
So it's you.
The man stands up. He rolls up his soiled mat, grabs a small cloth bundle that was sitting next to him, ties both together with a piece of rope, then throws the bundle over his shoulder. He clears his throat and calmly says in accented English, "What took you so long? I've been ready to go back to Irem for days now."
You lost me here. Do you actually know this Crypt Keeper or what?
Yeah, Edward, you'd be the only one who knows anything because he's only been in your dreams.
not the person I'd want in my dreams, but
Oh,
yeah.
God damn it!
I'm sorry, dreams?
Well, more so nightmares.
You've been seeing this bag of bones in your dreams now. This is what we're going with?
Yes.
The man steps forwards and, addressing Edward specifically, he says, "You have come to take your place in the city, have you not? The wind whispered it to me."
Sorry.
The wind, you say?
He says, "Yes." Yeah, sorry, continue.
And what exactly did it say?
He says, "The wind has whispered that you shall come to meet your destiny in the Nameless City. You shall bring others, and I shall be your guide to your final destination."
And who are you?
He says, "You may call me Mikhail. I ventured deep into the Nameless City decades ago, and when I was there, my soul was touched by the secrets within. I wandered the desert for several days until I was found by the villagers of this settlement. They nursed me back to health, and although fearful of me, have provided me with a place to live ever since. Of course, the city speaks to me now, and I have known ever since then that one day I shall return. In fact, I have been dreaming of the return. And in my dreams, I see you taking my place deep in the tunnels within the earth."
Now, hold on a second. None of us are going anywhere and taking place of anyone.
He simply looks at you and he shrugs. "Well, regardless, you will need a guide. For the book will have only told you the vicinity of the city. Only one such as I, who has been there, can actually unlock its secrets."
Was there anything in, like, any of the readings and that I've done through the book or anything that would validate what he's saying?
I would like you to search your memory by doing an intelligence check, please. Actually, do a Cthulhu.
I'm guessing none of the stuff that I've read's gonna...
No, yours is general.
So, am I doing intelligence? Oh.
Mythos.
Do mythos. Alright, Tom, we'll wait for you. No, we won't wait for you. I mean, I'll play you.
Yeah.
Characters.
And mythos is something that can't be pushed, isn't it?
I guess it can, in this case, it's just normal roll.
Okay, cool. Yeah, that is a pass.
Oh yeah, you've got ridiculously high mythos.
Yeah.
53 mythos right now.
Oh.
Although the Necronomicon did seemingly give you directions to the city, it was a quite crude map of the Rubal Kali Desert, and there is some truth to this man's words in that the X on the map simply specifies a rough location of where the city is believed to have buried. Someone who has been there, who has stepped foot within the city, would of course be your easiest way of finding it.
Okay. Well, through all that we have been through during this journey, one finds it hard to trust someone on face value. What are you offering us that will enable us to form a bit of a trust with you?
Nice.
Make a charm check, please, Edward.
Can I be pushed?
It can be pushed.
There we go.
Hey!
Hang on, that is... Ooh, that is just an extreme.
The man inhales deeply, and then he says, "If you are worried, I do not mean you any harm. I merely wish to guide you to the place that I know you have been searching for, being beckoned to for such a long time now, Edward." He says, "You have come so far already, been to many places, tried so hard to do what is right. It would be a shame to stop at the very door of success without knocking. And I am the one who will guide you there, for I too have been called by the city."
I'm the...
I just look to the others and sort of gesture. What do we do?
I don't like it one bit, but he kind of does have a point there. We do need a guide into the city. Now,
you say that there is some special way of getting into the city. Is there any sort of ritual or sacrifice that is needed for this, or do we just walk up and push a button?
He says there is no sacrifice, perhaps other than one's mind, but you will know what to do when the time comes.
now,
I kind of like my mind, but sure, why not?
now, what guarantee have we got that if you excuse my skepticism, we've been screwed over a lot. What guarantee have we got that you won't fuck us over?
He takes a deep breath. I would like you to make an intimidation check, please.
Ooh. Oh, yeah, that's right. I actually do have intimidation. Oh, that's a 3.
He looks at you and he says, "My dear Captain, believe me, I have no wish to betray you. After all, I know that there are others also searching for the city, and it is my wish that you find what you are looking for before they do. Otherwise, neither of us shall live much longer."
Alright, as I said before, I don't think we have much choice in the matter.
Well, we shall take you up on this offer, but mark my words, we are watching you.
He places a fabric bundle over his shoulder and begins to shuffle towards the open archway. As he does so, Feng Shui steps forward and her hand buried inside her robe, clutching the hilt of her katana. She says, "So how far is this city anyway?" He looks at her and he simply says, "Lifetimes for most. For us, a few days, if the gods will it." He then steps out into the eerily deserted village square outside. And as you follow him, he looks around. He spies your camels tied to wooden poles near the trough at the edge of one of the grazing fields. And he says, "You each have a camel. If we are to journey deep into the desert, my recommendation would be to buy double the amount of camels you already have on hand. I suggest that these new camels carry nothing but water. This water will be for the camels that you have ridden here, and for us. I would remind you that a camel can only go 4 to 5 days without water. And since we don't really know how long we will be out there in the completely arid desert, we can use the extra water camels to extend the lives of your other animals by an extra few days, if need be. Feng Wei says, but won't that mean that the water carrying camels will die? The man Mikhail simply looks at her and he says, of course, but it is the circle of life.
Well, I just look everyone out. Well, I don't know about you, but I'm pretty damn ass broke.
As am I.
I mean, how much money are they asking for at this point?
He looks around. He says, the people of this village are of meager means and distrusting of outsiders. They give me a begrudging respect, and they know that when the day comes when I venture back out into the desert, it shall be for a holy quest, and I feel that they will be willing to oblige you for just a small favor or payment in return.
How much are they asking?
I would like Edward to do an Arabic check, please.
That is a hard pass.
Hey.
The rest of you remain with Mikhail as he stands silently while you venture out into the town square. Now that Mikhail has emerged from his yellow house, word seems to have spread around the village that something big is happening, and the townspeople begin to slowly make their way back out of their dwellings, slowly filling the small, isolated area. You find that several of them are willing to sell you camels for your holy quest for the reasonable price of $20 per head. For an extra 5 camels, that will be $100.
Yeah, I can pay that if you guys want.
Yeah, I've got $78 left.
You can't speak Arabic, Dan Blythe.
I was gonna say I'm more than happy to front this one.
All right,
Well,
$100.
I do have persuade.
Yeah.
Oh yes. Would you like to make persuade with disadvantage because you are filtering it through your Arabic?
Can I use my persuasion to coach Jeremy through it or Smithy through it?
Oh, okay then. So Smithy, just do a persuade check normally in that case.
Okay.
Because Dan Blythe is telling you how to seal the deal.
Nope.
Would you like to push that?
Yeah. Oh, God. Nope.
And
Oof.
I try, even though I don't speak Arabic, can I try and use hand gestures to say that, hey, I'm an
I just
influential
pay him
moving
$100.
out in relocations.
Uh, I don't think your
I'm
movie credentials.
I'm just gonna hand him the $100.
Yeah, your movie credentials would mean jack shit here.
I don't think they know what a movie is.
Or if anything,
As Edward tries to persuade them, one of the locals frowns, and she scratches her head under the hood of her coat. She looks at you and then over at Mikhail and the others, and she says, "You are being called into the desert for a holy quest, and yet you are concerned with worldly matters." And for that, the price increases.
Oh, yep.
Damn it.
$5 per head, meaning it is now $125.
but hang on. That
Son
means
of a- I give him the money. I just give him the money.
Yep, just give him the money.
God
Before
damn it.
Dan Blythe grabs his camera and he begins pointing to it and grunting, pointing at his camera and then out at the desert. And as they try to puzzle out what he means, Ethan just steps forward, reaches into his satchel, and pulls out $125 of the local currency, hands it to the woman, who then nods and scurries away. A few minutes later,
I just turn back to the group and go, "Yeah, fun lesson for traveling the world. If you don't know the language, just pay up front."
She returns several minutes later with 4 farmhands leading camels behind her. You spend about an hour and a half loading up these new camels with nothing but water skins. Then you prepare for the final leg of your journey. As you mount your camels, Mikhail groans and then, with some considerable effort, climbs up onto Edward's camel, wrapping his arms around Edward's neck.
There you go. You got something wrapped around you, but it's all bony and fleshy.
Edward just sits there and just looks over at the captain and closes his eyes and just pictures back that moment on the beach. And
I am just laughing to myself at this point. Well, not laughing, just more having a slight giggle, just like, finally get a break.
As you begin to steer your camels out of Al-Afan and into the desert, you pass a throng of locals gathered in a group at the edge of the village, fearfully watching Mikhail as he begins his holy pilgrimage. As you pass them, one of them looks up and he says something to Edward and Mikhail. Edward, make an Arabic check, please.
Nope.
You don't catch all of what the villager, a sun-beaten, middle-aged man, says, but you get the gist of it. You can trust Mikhail. His soul has been touched by Allah. The meaning is unclear, and as you could not fully comprehend it, you cannot discern exactly what the meaning of this statement is.
Oh, that bodes poorly.
I would like to ask him a few questions about the Yellow King.
Go ahead as you begin making your way into the desert. You could strike up a conversation with Mikhail. He says, if there is knowledge that I possess, I would be glad to pass it on to you, Captain, especially if it will help save us all. Ask your questions.
Yeah, I haven't heard much about this Yellowkin, and I've been quite curious since we've met you. I'm not gonna lie, we were a bit abrasive at first, not sure what's going to happen.
He says, the Yellow King, the ruler of Carcosa, who makes his influence felt through all who write or read his name. He says you do not have to fear him, for he is alien to the Nameless City.
And what do you mean by that?
He says we shall be entering the domain of the great old ones, the elder gods. And there is no further place from Carcosa than the domain of great Cthulhu.
So how long have you been serving this so-called Yellow King?
He says, I do not believe I stated that I serve the Yellow King. No, I serve the city and those who dwell within. I have been doing it for far longer than I would care to admit. And I dearly hope that my tenure will end very soon.
So how does one exactly serve the city if there's no one there?
He says, there are things there. Not life in the way that you would comprehend, but the city is not uninhabited.
Is this anything we have to be wary of that could, kill us?
He says, perhaps, but if you do as I say, and if Edward follows the premonitions that have been granted to him by the book, then we shall all be okay. I pray that we are able to get there before your enemies.
Alright, I know I'm probably going to fail this, but I want to try a psychology roll.
Go ahead.
Oh my god, that's a 9. Oh!
You get the impression that the man does appear to have some ulterior motive, or at least something he's not telling you, but he also seemingly does not intend to harm you or trick you into being harmed. You get a sense that he is misleading you to some degree, but also a sense that he means well, that you can trust him.
Just just very well, and ride past him.
And so you enter the Rub al-Khali Desert. This vast expanse of inhospitable wasteland forms a rough rectangle in the lower part of the Arabian Peninsula. It covers an area of about 500 miles from east to west and 250 miles from north to south. Its name, Rub al-Khali, means the empty quarter, and that is an accurate description of it, for nothing is found there, only an endless sea of sand as far as the eye can see. It is one of the most uninhabited and infertile places on all of Earth. So inhospitable is the Rub al-Khali that even the Bedouins do not go there. I would like, first of all, Christopher to make a navigation check with advantage as Mikhail is guiding you through this desert.
God, that's advantage. Navigate. Can I push that?
Yes, go ahead.
Thank you. And that's a 13. Thank you for letting me push that.
Okay, so that's a pass. I would now like Ethan to please make a survival check.
Yep, that's just a regular old pass.
Okay, so 2 passes. So your journey through the Rub al-Khali Desert actually ends up going quicker and easier than you prepared for. And by the time, as Mikhail says, you are drawing near to the city, only 4 days have passed, and you have not needed to use any of the extra water brought by the new camels. On the 4th night, you are warned, however, that this is the point of no return. If you turn back to Alafan, it has to be now, while half of your camels are fully watered. Beyond this point of 4 days, the extra camels will begin to die. And then you will be using the emergency water. And so I will ask you, as your keeper, do you feel you have prepared well enough for the climax of this scenario?
Alright, you've never said anything like that before, and now I'm kind of shitting my pants.
Don't get me wrong, on one hand, as a fan, that gave me chills. As a player, I may have wet myself a little.
As a player, fuck you.
I will warn you here that running out of water and dying in the desert is an actual possibility. However, so far, you have made good time.
Well, shit, we should have actually tried to buy some extra water.
You did. You thought all the water you could carry and.
Oh, all the water we could carry.
Really, yeah.
All right, looks like we're continuing because we do have to stop Cthulhu.
Very well. And so, you journey.
But Dale, before you continue, first, fuck you. Second, well done.
Yeah, what he said in spades.
Journey further into the Great Desert. I would like, once again, Christopher to make a navigation check, a hard one, with advantage.
I don't need to. That's a 1.
Oh, thank God.
Now, Ethan, you must make a hard survival check.
Oh, boy. I'm allowed to push that, right?
So I got a 99, now I got a 1.
Oh, thank you so much, because that's a 7. That's extreme.
Fantastic. Finally, you may all make ride checks with advantage.
Oh, Jesus.
Oh, and now we're in trouble.
Yep.
Nope.
Thank you, it was advantage. The second one was a 6. The first one was 100.
I will use 1 point of luck to make that a pass.
I'm gonna fail, unfortunately.
Pass, 1 fail. Okay, this is a group pass.
Oh, thank God.
Dan Blythe, you must do a ride. Yep, he's passed. Well, he did pass. The fat guy's riding the camels expertly.
A camel. It's not so much him riding the camel well, it's more like the camel going, the sooner I get to where I'm going, I can finally start fixing my spine. Just get off.
That's also a pass for our cult leader friend here.
Hooray.
Pass. The journey through the desert takes only 4 days. The extra camels you bought perish from the heat, but they have left you with enough water to make it back safely. You will not die in the desert.
Oh, thank Christ.
At least not yet.
Oh, you had to say that.
And so, after a week or more of traveling through the harsh desert, you were surprised by the sudden appearance of Irem. Upon reaching the top of yet another large sand dune, you see the ancient city sprawled before you. On the night of the city's discovery, there is a full moon, and the remains of Irem seem to faintly glow under the moonlight. All that remains of the Nameless City on the surface is a number of broken pillars and crumbling sections of walls to mark where buildings once stood. As you gaze upon the city, I'd like you all to make spot hidden checks.
Nope.
Oh, can I push that?
That's a yes from me.
Yes, you can push it, but it is a group roll, so not everyone needs to pass.
Yeah, that's not the point.
Yeah, but that was a double elder sign, so that's 100.
Okay.
And that is just a pass right there. That is just on 30.
You can push that if you'd like, M1. Okay. As you gaze upon the city, you see from down below a light of lamps and fires in a small area in the eastern side of the city. You also see a number of tents pitched on the outskirts of the ruins. Someone is here. However, you cannot make out any of the figures moving around the camp at this distance as you failed your spot hidden roll.
Yet.
So what would you like to do?
Like to ask a lovely guide, where exactly are we going now?
He looks down upon the city and gestures, saying, "Take in the full majesty of it." You look down upon the city. An educated guess says that the ruins are about 2 miles wide, at least the section that you're in front of is, and many miles deep. He says, somewhere amongst there, we are on the eastern side, we are searching for a giant stone hand.
And what is the significance of this hand?
He says, it is but the first step along the path.
Okay.
So he wishes to guide you into the eastern part of the city, and these people, whoever they are camped on the western side of the city. So you may be able to just move right past them and not have to encounter them. But you don't know who they are. You don't know if they're friend or foe. You weren't able to get a good enough look.
Yeah, I think since we didn't get a good enough look, I think we should avoid them.
Right? Any objections to this plan?
No. Captain's never steered me wrong before.
All right. You express to Mikhail your plan to avoid the camp, and he says, "Yes, little contact with others is possible, but we do not know at this juncture who is friend and who is foe." Without another word, he climbs off Edward's camel and begins to descend the sand dunes down into the city. And so, are you going to follow him? You have the option to wait until morning if you want, but he seems to be intent on doing it now.
How much daylight we got?
So based on your calculations, it should be dawn in about 2 hours. However, if those people in that camp are looking for the same thing you are, there's a chance in that time that they will make some progress.
Since it's not day now, I suggest we get a move on before it starts getting too hot.
That's a good idea too.
But,
Very well.
So I would like. I'm assuming we still have all our equipment.
You sure do.
Right? Yeah.
As much of it as you can carry, you can bring with you. So, what would you? Is there any particular pieces of equipment that you'd like to make sure you have on you?
My 2 jerry cans, my torch and spare batteries, and of course the night vision goggles.
Of course, your goggles. Very well.
So yes, torch, spare batteries, the jerry cans, and my night vision goggles, and my weapon. So that's pretty much everything I have.
As you descend the sand dune, following behind the withered old man, who begins to lead you.
I would like to give Blaine the second jerry can because he looks like he would know when to use it.
Just in
I
case
may
you
or
never
may
know.
not. I may or may not be known to misbehave from time to time.
Mikhail begins to lead you all towards the western half of the city. And as you get there, as you move towards it, you must pass through the outer reaches of the city, not in the direction of the camp, but at least close enough by it that anyone in the camp might be able to see you. And so, as you sneak under the cover of darkness and moonlight, I'd like you all to make stealth checks, please.
That is a pass.
That is a nope.
Alright, that is 2 fails so far. No and 1. You can
It'd be
push
more
both
like a
of them.
raccoon roll.
Hard pass, okay, that'll cancel one of the failures. So that is
you can push.
3 passes and 1 fail. Okay. Yep. 3 passes to fail, so it actually all rests on our spiritual guru here. And so, if you are there, David Aveline, please make a stealth check.
I'm just on the phone, but yeah, sure. Just give me half a second. That's a fail, but can I push it?
Go ahead.
That is a pass, I believe.
Oh, thank God.
Let me check. Yes, it is. It's a pass. You're fine. Okay.
Yes. Yeah.
Your stealth.
Oh wait, no.
Oh.
It's only
Oh,
40.
wait.
I can
What
spend
would you like? 7 luck.
I would like to spend a 7 luck.
Okay, 7 luck it is to bring it a pass. And the group stealth roll is a success. As you creep your way past the camp, you are closer to the camp now, close enough to perhaps get a look at the people in it. Would anyone like to risk a chance at a spot hidden to see if you can make out the figures now that you're passing by that camp and closer to it?
Who's got the highest?
Mine's
I'm at
30.
60.
I got 40.
You got 60?
I got 60.
Go for it.
Yeah, do it.
Go for it. Yep, only one person.
Oh!
Can
Would
it
you like to push that? Go ahead.
Push it.
Jeez. That's 395.
Oh, no.
There we
Oh,
go.
yes.
That's a hard pass. Oof.
As you creep
hey.
past the camp about 20 feet away from you, you stop and squint and try to see if you can make out anyone in amongst us, illuminated by the flickering light of their campfires and lamps. You notice that the majority of the figures appear to be sand dwellers, similar to the one you faced out in the desert. There are at least, from your counting, 5 of them, and they are currently hard at work, excavating the sand with their hands, presumably trying to locate an entrance into the tunnels beneath the city. There is one human in very familiar by now black robes commanding them, even at this distance. You notice that his face is vaguely recognizable. Edward, please make an intelligence check.
That is a hard pass.
You recognize the man as Brian Slim, the leader of the Look to the Future conference and a member of the Hermetic Order of the Silver Twilight. As you watch him, he barks orders to the sand dwellers, directing their excavation. However, based on the directions of your guide, they are looking in the wrong place.
Question, Mind Blast, how far away do you need to be from someone?
Let me check the Mind Blast range. I don't think you're close enough, but I'm making sure. Mind Blast.
So leans to the rest of the group and goes, so you know these guys?
It's actually range on Mind Blast, Liam, as long as you can see the target.
Oh. And okay, hypothetically, if I did it and I failed, would he know where it came from?
He wouldn't, but he would certainly know that there is someone entering the ruins and would probably send sand dwellers out to search for you.
Not the best idea.
What was that?
Not the best idea, I believe he said.
Yep.
Yeah, alright.
As you continue moving past, you also notice that in addition to the several canvas tents that serve as lodging for Brian Slim and the sand dwellers and any cultists that came with him, There is also an area covered in shadow with a large tarp stretched over it to serve as shelter for what appears to be four Bedouin nomads captured in the desert. You can only presume that they are being used as food for Slim's non-human servants. It's up to you if you wish to save them, but you're in a very good position to press ahead.
What do you guys think? Hey, hello.
On one hand, it's the right thing to do. On the other hand, we're in a good spot right now. We don't exactly want to give ourselves away, do we?
If our guide has already left us.
Yeah, your guide is wandering ahead. He doesn't seem intent on stopping.
This is going against my better nature, but yeah, we should catch up with him.
All right. As you continue moving forward, you turn away from the enemy camp and look ahead, trying to find your guide. You see him making his way through the scattered, ruined columns and collapsed half walls, and begin moving faster to catch up to him. As you do, you hear a terrible scream. You quickly chance a look over your shoulder, and it's as you feared. Over at the campsite, one of the Bedouins has been cut free, and as he is cut free, Brian Slim barks an order, and two sand people immediately set upon him, tearing him to pieces. You sigh, swallow, take a deep breath, and continue on. I would like all of you to lose 1d3 sand as you leave these poor innocent souls to their fate.
Oh, thank goodness. One at a time.
That's one.
Down to single digits.
Oh no.
He's feeling crazy.
Yep, everyone else loses 1d3 sand. So I'll do Dan Blythe and alright, Dan Blythe loses 2 and David loses 3. Okay. We press on. Remember, we're searching for a giant stone hand, says Mikhail as you catch up to him. It is an important artifact. It is one of the few things to be seen in Irem other than the pillars. And you begin to search the western side of the city for this ominous landmark. I would like each of you to make a spot hidden check, please.
That is a hard pass for me.
Hard pass for me.
2 cases, 2 passes.
It was spot hidden 20 or 25.
It should be 20, I believe.
No, it's 25. Hooray, I did pass.
Yay!
And another pass. Okay, I don't need to roll down life. That's a group pass. Okay. You locate this ominous thing within about 20 minutes, taking no time at all. The hand stands over 12 feet in length, is 6 feet at its widest point, and rests upon a 7-foot-high stone arch connected to a low wall. This wall stands 4 feet high and encompasses a number of ruined stone buildings. Each building has a wind-worn pillar in front of it that shows the faintest hints of carved symbols that are too shallow to make out. Most columns are broken at various heights, but those that still stand intact are over 20 feet tall. Inside this building, you find that the ceilings are very low. So low, in fact, that those of you who are over 5 feet tall have to stoop down to enter.
Oh, damn.
The building's interior is greatly ruined, and missing sections of ceiling or walls. You find some odd furnishings as you move through these ruined buildings. A single table, a chair or two, and at least one altar. All of these items are carved out of stone and are curiously small, as if made for children. From the stone hand, Mikhail simply says, "You must..." As you reach the stone hand after passing through the buildings, Mikhail stops. He looks around and simply says, "Now, search to the west until you find a column 11 feet tall." Edward, back in the library, you made a copy of a particular book. You still have that with you, and so would you like to roll an intelligence check to try to decipher what you copied down?
We'll use 1 luck point.
1 luck point. Okay. So here it is. Once again, finally, in my 53rd year, I was able to find my way to the most grand temple of Cthulhu. And the more important part, following the directions from the last remaining scrolls of Kith Kanan's confession, I found the remains of the grand gateway to whence the temple district once stood. There, next to the giant hand that forever awaits the return of the silver key, I went 50 paces towards the setting sun. 50 paces. And so, with those rather specific directions, I'd like you all to make spot hidden checks with advantage.
That's a 1, so I'm good.
That's an extreme fail.
And nope.
That's okay. All right. I'll do Dan pass the. I'll do one for Dan White with advantage.
And would my extreme count for the one?
It does. It does. So
I would extreme as well.
2 extremes.
Yep. Okay. So that's definitely a pass. The advantage helped.
Yay.
You move approximately 50 paces to the west until you reach a broken column just over 11 feet tall. At the pillar, you can see symbols carved into it that have fared better against the elements than the others you have seen, but the language they represent is unknown to all of you, no matter how high your Cthulhu mythos score. There is, however, one, and only one, recognizable symbol on the pillar. I'd like you all, if you have it, to make Cthulhu mythos checks.
I do not.
I mean, I think I have like a 2.
That is a
sure,
pass.
I can roll.
That's a pass for me.
Alright?
Actually, wait, hold on. No, that's a hard pass.
I have no idea what I'm looking at.
Archie, what are you doing?
Cthulhu mythos is on the far left, the first column. Under credit rating.
No, I meant more like my character has no idea what he's looking
he's
at.
got no
I
idea.
failed.
Yeah, Charlie did not brief him on what he may encounter here. Okay. So in that case, Christopher, as you were the first to pass the roll, you notice the symbol engraved at the base of the pillar, and you recognize it. It is the symbol signifying the great old one, Yig. And as you approach the pillar, you begin to hear a loud hissing, tasting the air.
Come on, Archie, get off.
What?
Archie, off.
Suddenly, emerging from a shadowy compartment at the base of the pillar, a large snake unravels and begins to dart across the sand. This serpent appears to be a huge cobra, and when it fully unravels, it measures over 12 feet long, with a white crescent-shaped mark on its head. Thankfully, Edward, you've seen this before. However, I would like Ethan and David to please make SAM checks.
This is probably a really shit time to mention this to the entire group, but simply called a cliche adventure thing. But Ethan is terrified of snakes.
Yeah, your special skill here. Ethan has.
It's okay. It's not venomous.
I'm sorry. I believe it's a fucking 12-foot tall snake. I don't give two flying shits what you goddamn call it. I passed, but I believe I've wet myself.
Ethan, you have freaked out. Why does it always have to be snakes?
Yeah.
Everyone who passes loses no SAM here. And even though you pass, you still have to make a second SAM check because it is a large snake. That first one was just the SAM check for seeing a mythos monster. This one is for seeing a snake.
Well, somehow I did better on this one than I did for the last one.
So you've not lost any SAM, but you immediately tense up and begin to take a step back as you see this huge snake undulating. Suddenly, it crawls and stays still on the sand, and then, without warning, it arcs up and leaps, pouncing at the closest person it can see, Christopher. Christopher, I need you to make either a fighting brawl or a dodge check.
That will have to be a dodge check. That is an 18, which is a... What's my dodge? That's a half dex. That is... What did I say? 18. It's 4 of critical damage. It's just a hard.
I will let you know that this is not actually a normal child of Yig. This is the sacred snake of Yig, and its bite skill is 100%. So it will always pass its bite roll unless your dodge happens to be lower than it. So in this case, you should be fine because you rolled 18. But just letting anyone know that this thing will always get a hit unless you roll under it. 15. Before you try to get out of the way, but this huge snake is surprisingly fast, and before you know what's happening, it latches onto your arm, dealing 1 point of damage to you. And now you must make a constitution check with disadvantage, please.
Well, never thought I would see the day. 31 and 32, but they were both passes.
A pass. Very well. It does not inject its poison this time, however, because you survived, because it cannot inject the poison, it digs its fangs in even deeper, and you take an additional 2 points of damage. You wrench the snake off your arm and throw the serpent onto the sand. Okay, it is your turn. What would you like to do?
What did you...
Yes, I'm sorry. I was paraphrasing from the book, and the book just has it written as poison. But venom. It does not inject its venom into you.
Thank you.
Thank you. So what did you say? It wasn't an ordinary child of Yig?
It's not an ordinary child of Yig. It's a sacred snake of Yig. And basically all that means is its bite roll is always 100%. If you don't ever roll lower, if you don't roll lower than it, it will always pass its bite and get a bite on you.
Oh, yeah. So yeah, if we definitely hurt this one, Yig will fuck us up.
If you ever encounter him. But the snake is attacking you. It seems to have been placed here as a guardian of the pillars.
Is what's his face still around?
Your guide is merely searching the immediate vicinity, completely ignoring you.
No. Shit. I'm not sure if I
run away.
Yeah, not sure if I should run. Yeah, I'm gonna try to run.
Alright, make a dex check, please.
Cause it's a non-combat roll, can I push that?
This is a chase. This is a combat roll.
Okay. Well, that is a... What's my dex? That's a hard pass.
Hard pass, okay, so he needs to... What was the exact number?
35.
35, okay. If he rolls under 35 here, he will catch you.
Oh, come on!
You turn around and remembering that sacred snakes of Yig should not be harmed. You turn and begin to run. However, you barely take a step before the snake arches its body back and bites into your ankle, dealing 1 point of damage and attempting to inject its potent venom. Make a constitution check at disadvantage, please.
That's a pass.
A pass.
So that's another 2 damage.
We'll see how much. 3 damage as the snake bites and trains into your skin. You reach down, pull it off, struggle, and then run away, getting some distance between you and the snake. Ethan, it is your turn.
Is this the end of the captain?
No. No, I don't want to deal with a goddamn giant fucking snake.
Yeah, any roll you make here to attack it's going to be at disadvantage because it is a
giant
snake.
Son of a bitch. Alright, I'm gonna I'm gonna go, you know what? Screw it. If there's ever a time to use this thing, and I put the Luger away and pull out the Desert Eagle, just go, I hope this thing kicks as high as you said it does, Captain.
Alright. Make a firearms check with disadvantage, please.
Okay. Oh, 1. Oh, shit. Well, that's a 97, so not only am I not going to hit this thing, this gun's going to potentially misfire.
You step forward, raise the Desert Eagle, and pull the trigger. There's a click. The gun jolts in your hand, but doesn't fire. You swear loudly as the snake turns towards you and begins zooming across the sandstone and dirt in your direction. Make a dodge check, please.
No.
I just lost net for a couple of seconds.
I can't spend luck, can I?
No, you can't.
And no, I just barely fail.
Alright, well, yep. You turn around and you think of fleeing, but in your fear, you take a step backwards, trip on something, and fall onto your ass, and the snake
classic hard trope.
Leaps onto your leg and clamps in its fangs. You take 1 point of damage. Please make a constitution check with disadvantage.
Let me just write down my HP real quick. That's a pass. And yep, that's 2 passes.
You are fine. It did not inject its venom, but take bite damage instead, so that is 1 point of additional damage. Okay.
Much like Smithy Sam, we're just going one at a time.
Dan Blythe. Actually, no, not Dan Blythe. It is David Appeline's turn.
I'm going to get the yabba dabba fuck out of here.
Yep.
So you get to run away. That's just dandy.
And you get to, and you're going. Are you going to get Feng Shui to make an attack?
Yes, intercede on my behalf, please.
Okay, please roll her katana skill.
That is a hard pass, I believe.
That's an impale. Okay, so we'll see if the snake still gets a bite off. She rushes forwards, pulling out her katana and running towards the snake. The snake rears back, hisses, and leaps at her. She tries to dodge, but the snake lands on her outstretched arm and bites in. She takes 1 point of damage. Please make a Constitution save with disadvantage for her.
That is a pass, I believe.
It is a pass.
Double check a sheet.
Sorry.
What the fuck is her sheet? Oh, here it is. No, sorry, I lied. It's fail.
It's a fail. Okay, no additional damage. But the venom injected into her body, the snake lets go and drops onto the floor, turning its attention to another target.
Does she get her damage? To roll her damage?
Yes, she does, actually. Go ahead. And double it, because it was an impale.
So wait, I'm just going to roll these separately. So 1d8.
So that's 8. So far from that.
And then an additional 1, so that's 17 points of damage.
17 points of damage. She quickly recovers, and as the snake drops onto the floor, she stabs at it with her katana. It coils around the blade, hissing in pain. She kicks it, sending it flying. The snake is bleeding profusely, but somehow still alive. It is Dan Blythe's turn. What are you going to do to this giant snake, Dan Blythe?
Okay, what is it, this giant snake, is it damaged beyond repair, or is it...
It just got severely damaged from being stabbed with a katana, so it looks like it's on its way out. But it is also very fast, and it's very deadly accurate with its bites.
Can I cover my group as they go to retreat?
Yes, okay.
So, ready my AK-47.
Yep. So everyone else, so just feng shui. Okay, so we'll go to Edward. You have the opportunity to get away from the snake without risk of taking damage, as Dan Blythe is covering you.
I will take that opportunity, yes.
All right. So you back away, running over to the captain and Ethan and Feng Shui. The snake turns and begins to chase you, but you run away, and as Dan Blythe fires an AK-47 round, the snake stops in its tracks. It stops chasing you, turns its attention to Dan Blythe, and makes a beeline towards him. Dan Blythe, make a firearms check, please.
Alright, let's do this, you bastard. Leave my body alone, body. Alright. 2d6. You.
Actually, no, roll a 1d100 to see if you hit it first.
Oh, okay. Okay. Sorry, guys.
We'll save that damage for... That would have been enough to kill it, by the way. It only has 1 HP left. That's a pass.
That's a pass.
But it still has a chance to bite you, so let's see if it bites you before you manage to finish it off. 34. You raise your AK-47 and tense the trigger, but the snake moves faster than anything you've seen. It springs through the air and bites you right above your upper calf, sinking its fangs into you. You take 1 point of damage, and you must make a Constitution save at disadvantage.
But can I see if the donut that was in my top pocket, if that was...
Make a luck.
Stopped my fang going in?
Make a luck check, please.
Oh, God. You're the donut. Oh, okay.
Failed your luck check. It's
skewing my donuts.
It bites into you. So now you must make a hard Constitution check with disadvantage, because you failed your luck check. So make 2 rolls and let's see if you pass your Constitution check. Okay, Con is 60. Okay, 1. And unfortunately you failed because your higher roll was 65. The fangs bite into your folds of flesh, and you feel the snake injecting something into you. Then It lets go, dropping harmlessly to the floor. You take this chance, take a step forward, and fire your AK-47, splattering the snake all over the sandstone. It instantly begins to melt before your eyes, and the giant snake corpse dissolves into dust, merging with the sand. So Feng Shui and Dan Blythe, you currently both have the venom of this snake coursing through your veins.
Can we try and suck the venom out?
You sure can.
That sounds weird, but can I put
It worked last time.
I know, it just makes me laugh every time.
It's going to be much harder this time because this venom is more potent. So please.
And there's much more to suck around Dan Blythe.
Everyone,
so,
fuck me off.
In order to suck the venom out, you must make either a hard constitution check or a normal survival check.
Do we have to elect what we're doing first, or just roll anyway?
You have to say what you're rolling.
What you're doing first. You only get one chance to do it.
Well, you said hard survival or hard constitution?
So hard constitution or a normal survival. Or a normal first aid, if you have that.
That's my first aid. First aid's basic. Survival I have is basic. So probably a constitution 60, so I have to get under 30, don't I?
Yes, you're choosing between 30 or 10.
I'm gonna go for 30. Alright. Let's do this. Oh,
you may push it.
Yes, please.
All right. Dan Blythe, you immediately lean over and, licking your lips, begin to try to suck the venom out of the wound. However, in the panic of doing so, your heart begins to beat. You begin to whisper, "Oh no, not now, not now,
oh, no.
not now." Your heart begins to beat faster and faster, pumping the venom through your body.
Oh, great.
Your muscles begin to convulse and feel like they're on fire as you take 12 points of damage.
Oh,
from the
no.
Ladies and gentlemen, my current HP is 12, not including the damage from the Satan fall.
However, you have not, no, it's not that because he hasn't actually sustained a major wound. But he falls to the ground instantly unconscious and is dying unless someone can stabilize him. Dan Blythe just clutches his hand to his chest, opens his mouth as if to say something, and then drops to the floor.
I immediately rush over and try and lay my hands on him to heal him with my spiritual power.
Don't touch my wallet, you bitch.
I would like you to please make a hard fast talk check.
That'd be that one.
Oh, damn.
Hand on his bulk and command him command him with the power of God to heal. His breathing stops. His rasping breathing continues. His body shakes, convulsing, but then the breathing grows quieter. His body, his convulsing, stops moving, and he appears for a moment to be stable, to be healed. But then you just lean over and notice that he has died.
Oh no!
He's dead.
Praise the Lord!
I put my fingers over his eyes and close his eyelids and hold him for a moment, and then let him go and go tend to Feng's way.
Just take
Alright.
the tripod. That's all I ask.
Yeah, take
Dead
the
people don't
tripod.
talk.
You
Alright,
notice that the
Sweet
camera
dreams,
side-
funny fat man.
I will take his tripod that he was clutching, and I'll also relieve him of his wallet.
Yes, because you notice that the tripod has some modifications done to it, and it and the camera might be worth something. So you relieve him of both that and his wallet, and then you head over to Feng Shui. So how would you like to do this? You may make a hard constitution check, a survival check, or a first aid check.
I will go the hard constitution, please.
All right.
That is a fail.
Would you like to push that?
Okay. That is a fail.
You walk over to Feng
Maybe
Shui, her
saying
eyes
goodbye.
are open, staring at Dan Blight's lifeless corpse. You look at her and you carefully reassure her, it's okay, it's okay, God will heal you. And then you place your hands on the bite on her leg, close your eyes, and begin to mutter. She takes 9 points of damage as the venom courses through her body.
I believe.
Yep.
I believe with the healing that she got from the 4 days in the D3, that put her exactly one hit point.
Yes, she is fine. She did not die or be knocked unconscious from the poison. She shakes, falls to the ground, and begins convulsing, screaming in pain. But you just walk over to her and you go,
shut up, shut up, shut up, shut up.
And then after a while, she stops convulsing. Her laboured breathing returns to normal. And she takes a deep breath and climbs to her feet. Somehow, miraculously, she is still alive.
Could be the lack of diabetes.
Probably. Your guide.
Question. Before we go any further, is there anything I can do to my Desert Eagle to try and make sure it doesn't? Because I know it malfunctioned. Do I have to do anything to try and get it to function again?
Well, no, you're fine now. You can just make a firearms check to unjam it, so you may as well do that now.
Yeah, because I'd really rather not have to deal with that. That was just... Yeah, that's a pass.
You clear the jam, and you think you'll have to spend some time studying and practicing with this weapon to maybe reduce your chances of jamming it, but this is not the time or the place.
I want to perform first aid on myself.
Alright, go ahead.
That is a 6, which is a extreme pass.
Extreme pass. Okay, any major wounds you had are healed, and you gain 1d3 HP.
1d3. Where's my d3? What was that? Oh, Neil Athertep, you screwed me over again. That's only a 2.
One more encounter left, and then the scenario's done. You've done well so far.
Alright, Edward, do you wanna try to perform a first aid check on me?
You're giving me permission to touch you?
For the greater good.
Oof, okay. Names can be pushed. Nope. Got distracted by...
Get distracted, but oh, I get to touch.
Yeah, you're just distracted by the atmosphere.
So you just end up just rubbing me softly.
Yeah, it's okay. The snake is gone, you'll be okay.
You look up and you notice that Mikhail is staring at you wordlessly. He simply says, "If you're done, we're looking for a well."
Well, I guess we're looking for a well now.
Alright. I would like, as you fan out, as you take one last look at the pile of ash that was once the snake, and the big, girthy corpse of Dan Blight, you begin to search the area around Yig's pillar for a well. Although all you can see is sand and sandstone tiles around you. I'd like you all to make spot hidden checks with disadvantage.
Oh god, that had to be an 18, didn't it? Ugh.
Nope.
That's a hard pass for me, please.
Oh, yep. Yes, Dan's helping from beyond. He's watching them in heaven, probably stuffing his face with like heaven chocolate bars or something.
Yeah, that's a fail for me.
Yep, and Edward, while you were all doing this, Edward begins to cast Flesh Ward on you. That's what I believe he's rolling for.
Yes, that is 2
Oh.
10 gone.
Oh, Jesus Christ.
And yeah, hopefully sacrificing it for a good reason here. Okay.
He
So
brings us closer to the edge.
how many magic points did you spend?
How many of us are left alive at this point?
4.
4?
Even split.
So I'm going to use 9.
Yep.
And I'm going to give the captain the extra 1.
Alright.
So how much is that? Just 1?
5 for captain. 5 for captain. Oh, yeah, 2 for everyone except for the captain who gets 3.
7,
okay, I'm going to
10.
Okay, so everyone gets a base of 5 flesh ward, and the captain gets 7. So captain, you have 7 flesh ward. Everyone else has 5.
8.
Okay. You search around looking for this so-called well, but you can't seem to see it. Where could there be a well? All you can see are ruined pillars here, and the ground almost covered in a very thick layer of sand. What are your size values?
Size is 50.
75.
Mine is
65.
50 and 60. So Feng Shui is actually technically bigger than I am.
Yep. But the one with the highest size here is the captain. And because that was a failed group roll, Captain, you're walking around, you're trying to look for this well. You take a step forward out onto
Oh no.
a section of sand, and suddenly you feel something bending under your weight.
Oh
you
no.
look down and you see the sand falling into what appears to be a rapidly bending wooden hatch. Well, you found the well you're looking for, but before you have a chance to do anything, it snaps and you fall down into the depths below. Make a jump check, please.
Oh, Jesus.
Try to take less damage.
What's the base for jump? Oh, 20%. Okay.
Alright, it's a fail.
Hey, that's a 2.
Oh, no, you don't need to make
That's just me. It's just me.
Him.
Just me.
Him.
And that's a 2.
It's just a big man.
The 2. Okay, Captain. You will take half of the fall damage as you tumble down into the darkness. You find yourself screaming, falling down at least 30 feet.
Oh, shit.
You take 6 points of damage.
Oh,
as
thank
your back slams onto the hard floor underneath. So that's that was all covered by your flesh ward. You have 1 point of flesh ward left. Thank God Smithy sacrificed his last couple bits of sanity for.
Thank you, Smithy.
I have 7 sanity left.
Oh my God.
Now that the well has found, you shout, "Oh, I'm okay!"
I'm not dead yet.
Up above, the rest of you gather around the well. Micaiah simply says, your friend has found the next step of the path. You look down into the pitch black darkness. You are unable to determine how far you can go. But before you have a chance to do anything, Mikhail grabs the wrapped bundle over his shoulder, opens it, pulls out a coil of rope, and begins to drop it down the hole. Then, wordlessly, he grabs the rope and begins to climb down into the darkness. Okay, who's going first?
Well, the captain's already down there.
Captain's already down there, so who's going next?
I guess I'll go down.
All right. I'd like you to make a climb check, please.
Oh, climb.
You do have a
Yeah, actually, I do have a character that actually can climb. Hooray!
Yes.
Call out to the captain. I'm coming.
And that's a 3, so that's a. I basically just Spider-Man just rappel down without any trouble.
First goes Ethan, who grabs the rope and basically just slides down it, landing deftly on the packed dirt floor at the very bottom, right next to the captain, who is sitting up against a stone wall, aching his back, rubbing his aching back.
Still with us, Captain?
Yeah,
Now, Edward,
I'm still here.
Edward, you grab the rope and you begin to climb down. About a third of the way there, you stub your toe on a piece of out-hanging rock, and it startles you. You lose your grip of the rope and try to grab back on, but you find yourself plummeting down the chasm. Please make a jump check.
Oh no.
I would advise not pushing it.
No.
You fall down about 20 feet and take 7 points of damage as you hear your bones crack as you land on the floor next to the captain and Ethan. So that's 2 points of actual damage and 5 flesh ward gone. Alright, we have only our favourite spiritual guru here.
What was happening with that?
You may make a climb check, or you may have Feng Shui make one for the both of you. However, if you do so, it'll be hard.
Oh, it'll be hard?
If Feng Shui...
Can Feng Shui actually use her katana to, like, grind down the sides movie style?
Make a katana check at hard difficulty.
Okay. That is a success.
I'll do it.
That is a hard success. In fact, that is an extreme success.
Yep. She sticks her katana into the smooth inside of the well and grabs you by the arm. And holding her katana in the other hand, she begins to slide down the wall. And a terrible metallic screeching as the katana makes its way further down the shaft. Make a luck check, please, David.
Fail.
About 2/3 down, you hear a loud snap as the blade on her katana breaks, and you both fall the rest of the way.
So I'll take half damage, I'm assuming, because of that?
Take 4 points of damage from the 10-foot fall.
Okay, so that just eats up her blade ward.
Yep. It eats up your blade ward. Except I believe she never had blade ward because we only gave it to the PC.
Oh, I thought she gave it to everyone.
No.
I believe
say she did. Say, since you're basically both the same character, you have a shared pool.
Okay, cool.
So you have 1 point of flesh ward left. You all get your bearings and treat any wounds you've sustained. And then you look around, trying to gauge where you are. You are underneath the fabled city. And here, you have a maze of tunnels to wander through before you reach the Temple of Cthulhu. It is here where Mikhail looks at you and shakes his head and says, every time a visitor leaves and re-enters Irem, the structure of the city changes. And so from this point onwards, I cannot be your guide. We must rely on our intuition, our instinct, to guide us further. Gather up in a group and begin to walk down the tunnel that you're currently in. The tunnel is small and cramped, on average only 6 feet in both height and width. The tunnel grows larger from time to time, but it soon returns to its 6x6 cube shape. There are a few curiosities that are constant throughout the labyrinth. The first is a slight mildew smell that suggests water, yet none is ever found. Second, and Christopher, you discover this when you attempt to put on your goggles, is that
no, I'm just using my flashlight. First off.
Well, your flashlight, as you move deeper into the tunnel, your flashlight flickers and dies, and any attempt you make to turn it back on fails. It appears no electrical devices will function in this sacred place.
Oh shit. That would have been the same with the goggles, wouldn't it?
It would have, yes.
Yeah.
Third, though there is apparently undisturbed sand on the ground, everything else in this tunnel looks surprisingly clean. These are not cobweb-filled catacombs, and no rats or other vermin are to be found scuttling about down here. The fourth and final oddity is the presence of glass coffins lining the walls beside you in regular intervals. As you shine your light upon them, you notice that the bodies within the glass coffins have been mummified. They are most definitely not human. They range in size from 4 to 5 feet in height and are bipedal. They appear to be reptilian and largely resemble a cross between crocodiles, seals, and some as yet unidentified species that no naturalist or paleontologist has ever documented. Their heads are oversized when compared to their frail bodies and have small horns, alligator-like jaws, and similarities in countenance with cats, bulldogs, and human beings. Though they do not move and appear to be perfectly dead, as you creep past them, Mikhail raises a finger to his lips, telling you to be quiet, and whispers, "The builders of Irem continue to watch us. Do not give them a reason to hate us." I would like all of you to make SAM checks, please.
Seems fair.
That's a pass for me, that's a 6.
Smithy.
On Smithy. Oof. I mean,
Oh
was
no,
low.
I did not. I failed big time.
Okay. For passing, you lose 1 SAM. For failing, you lose 1 D6.
Oh no.
Survey says.
Oh.
Hey, it's a 1. Yay.
Dan Blight's watching from heaven and still getting his sun losses.
Oh, thank goodness.
Oh. Okay. After pressing through this terrible, horrifying...
So how easily can we see?
You can see well enough. There seems to be light reflecting from the glass coffins. But
okay.
right from about a few feet in front of you, the tunnels are bathed in darkness. You continue moving through this darkness. You hear odd noises around you, almost like voices whispering, but you cannot discern a source. You try to put them out of your mind and press on. Soon, you come to a fork in the road with 5 possible pathways. We must choose a path, says Mikhail. And so, we have 2 ways to go about this. Since these tunnels are twisting, morphing, and bathed in unnatural darkness, Christopher may make a hard navigation check at disadvantage, or Edward may spend a SAN point, one of his last few precious SAN points, to reveal the correct path.
Just the 1 point?
Just the 1 point.
I will do it.
All right.
Oh.
As you reach the fork in the passage, you close your eyes, Edward, and you remember your dreams. And you realize you were tracing the path in your dreams, the path that always leads to a dead end. And so you remember the path you took that led to the dead end. and choose the one directly opposite, the one that you feel for sure is the correct path. Mikhail smiles at you, and wordlessly, he leads the rest of you into the darkness. Eventually, the tunnel opens out into a room where there are no mummies in the walls. In their place are numerous murals painted in rich, vivid colours upon both sides of the tunnel. These murals tell the story of those who built Irem, and their disturbing yet recognizable form is repeated many times in the paintings. The first murals you encounter show the earliest times, and as you progress further down the hall of murals, you can watch history play out before you in cold paint, shaped by alien hands. All of the murals are painted to show night, and no paintings showing daytime are found. The first ones depict the great city of many gleaming white pillars, which could only be Irem. Oddly, this city is shown next to a vast sea and surrounded by dense jungle, nothing like the Rubal Khali Desert. As the murals progress, you come across the language used by the city's builders. You cannot understand it. You watch as the murals depict the city growing in size as both the jungle and sea shrink around it. Often, a mural depicts a huge creature amongst the small builders of Irem. I would like you to make Cthulhu Mythos check.
That is a fail. Can I push that?
Yes, you can.
And that's a 6.
You recognize in the murals the tentacled visage of Cthulhu, and the Lord of Rilya appears in quite a few of these pictures. Halfway through the hall of murals, the light begins to pick up, and you notice a faint glowing light coming from the far ends of the hall. It also doesn't take keen eyes to notice that the style of the murals is changing as you progress further. Towards the end of the hall, the murals show Irem in a desert wasteland. The small reptilian inhabitants have noticeably shrunken in size and appear withered. In the second to last mural, a number of the builders of Irem are shown as white spirits stepping outside of their decaying bodies. The last mural in the room shows what appears to be a primitive-looking human being torn apart by the spirits of Irem. I would like everybody passing through the hall to make SEM checks, please.
Oh no! Oh no! That is a fail for me. Oh no!
That's quite away from me.
You said Sen, yeah?
Yep.
Yes, Sen.
Oh, good, I failed. Well, yay.
Everyone did.
For failing, that is 1d3 Samlock, please.
Oh no. Oh no. Oh no.
Another 2.
That's a 1
Smitty.
for me.
How much did you have left, Smithy?
I have 1 left.
Oh no.
You do not lose control of your character. You do not lose control of your character as your stand hits 0. Indeed, to everyone else, there appears to be no outward signs of insanity from Edward. Indeed, as he watches the murals as you walk through, he simply breathes a sigh of relief and appreciates the art. And here, in this hall, surrounded by beautiful art, Edward, you begin to feel at peace. Art that no human eye has ever viewed. Art that could be yours, and yours alone for all eternity. You do not, none of you notice as Mikhail smiles before he presses forwards. You come to another fork in the road shortly after leaving the Hall of Murals. This one has quickly counting them up, more than 10 different passageways, some of them going forward, some of them going backwards, some of them descending vertically down into the earth. Edward, has no more sand left, and so he cannot spend sand points here. It is up to Christopher to make a hard navigate check with this.
Done everything I can for you, Captain.
Okay. Good. So that one's a pass, and that one is another pass. Actually, no, that is one from a hard pass. Can I spend 1 luck?
Yeah, go ahead.
Amazing.
You pick one of the passageways that seems to lead sharply upward, and decide that that's the correct one, and you begin to lead the rest of the party through it. Soon, it opens up into a large chamber that is unnaturally warm for being this far below the earth. An anomalous stench hangs heavy in the air. The odour is sickly sweet with an underlining rotting smell. Upon entering, Mikhail looks around and he says something in Arabic. Edward, please do an Arabic check.
I'm pretty sure all Edwards is hearing at the moment.
No, that's a hard pass.
Oh. You may be insane, but you know what you're doing.
Hey, I'm a piece, I see the art.
And speaking Arabic so that only you can understand him, he says, Nub and Yeg, the twin blasphemies born of Shub-Niggurath. Bastards they are, the identity of their father being in dispute. Some say Yog-Sothoth, others Nyarlathotep, and still others claim both. But like many things, there are only the slightest hints of truth in what man knows. So it is with Nub and Yeg. I would like you to lose an additional, and I will allow you to go into negative stand for this, because actually
what the hell?
1d6 stand.
This is... I don't like this.
This is new?
I don't like this. This is only going to end badly for all of us.
The floor of this shrine...
What do you reckon will happen if you make him take a hit of the Datura?
Yeah, no, I've seen... you'll see when it comes. The floor of this coming very soon, like within the next few minutes. The floor of this shrine is covered by old, rotting pillows made of different coloured silks. The pillows are crusted with a myriad of body fluids, from blood and sweat to sperm and urine. The domed ceiling is carved in a spiral pattern. That, as you stare at it, seems to slowly spin, costing you all a sand point. So Smithy's at -2 now.
So we all take a sand point?
Yep, you're all taking one point of sand loss. The walls to the left and right of the chamber are covered in Iremic script. In the middle of the room, there is a shrine. A shrine to two undescribable horrors. Their bodies nothing more than a mass of writhing tentacles and bits of flesh without rhyme or reason, presumably Nub and Yeg. The only furnishing, apart from the shrine, is a stone altar set upon a raised dais at the rear of the chamber. The altar has been carved to appear as roaring flames and is stained black with ancient blood stains. It also seems to be the source of the unnatural heat of this room. As you draw near it, you can feel a searing heat emanating from it. Lying on top of the altar is a papyrus scroll bound in wax. Would anyone like to take it? Press on.
You mentioned specifically we shouldn't do anything to any of the builders of this place, right?
That's correct.
Yeah.
So I'm not touching shit.
Yeah.
I mean,
as much as I enjoy adventure and archaeology, I know when not to disturb something.
Yeah, this is unlike anything you've seen before.
Yeah, I'm out of my depths. I'm still shaken from fighting a 12-foot tall fucking cobra. I'm not touching anything.
All right. What about you, David Abilene?
it's very tempting. I am a complete megalomaniac.
Would you like to go ahead and grab it?
I just love it when you said that the music just went...
I know.
Yeah.
It's so tempting.
In the second final room of the scenario here, so if you want to, if you think you've got nothing to lose,
I think we have plenty to lose.
I think my character would go to take it, yes.
No.
You wait until everyone has stepped forward, stepped away from past the altar, moving through the chamber, and then you reach out and take the papyrus scroll. You stow it into your pack before anyone can see, and as you catch up to them, suddenly the altar and the two figures begin to glow red hot. One of the figures opens what passes for its mouth and unleashes a terrifying roar as a cold, bitterly cold wind blows through the tunnel, buffeting each of you. You hear whispering that fills your ears, fills your head, and you can make out blowing in the sandy wind. Angry faces that shout at you, incomprehensible words as they move past. The cacophony stops almost as soon as it began, but whatever they did seems to eat away at your soul. That will be 1d6 sun loss for all of you, please.
Oh, Jesus Christ, why?
Guys,
that's a 4.
I rolled a 6.
Oh no! Look, Smithy's more insane.
I'm guessing, unlike Smithy, I'm not going to be as lucky.
We shall see. You have to make an intelligence check.
Wait, that's the one. That's the one where if I fail,
If you fail, you do not go insane.
Oh no! Intelligence is at 70. I passed. Well, I passed. Great!
Suddenly,
Nope.
one thought occurs to you. In this tomb, the curse is real. You look at everyone, your eyes wide, and then start running down the tunnel towards whatever lies ahead. The rest of the rest of the group does their best to keep up with you as you make your way through the narrow tunnel that gets smaller and smaller and smaller towards a dim blue light at the very end. And determined to face this curse and find out what Charlie died for, you push through. The rest follow you, and you emerge into the Temple of Cthulhu. This temple is huge. The vaulted ceiling towers over 50 feet above and is supported by thick columns carved to look like giant tentacles. Because of the ceiling's height and the temple's darkness, the only thing illuminating it is a dim blue light that seems to emanate from the roof itself. You look up, and above you, you see the source of the light, a panel painted on a domed ceiling, painted in a dim glowing blue that resembles the night sky. As you gaze upon it, if any of you had astronomy, you may attempt to roll that, otherwise a hard intelligence check will do.
All of us?
That's a hard intelligence check for me.
Yep.
I would like to interpret the stars, please.
Was that a hard intelligence?
Yep, hard intelligence if you don't have astronomy.
That is a pass.
I'd like to deliver onto the party my interpretation of the stars.
Starts doing interpretive dancing.
I passed, but I'm not having a good day.
Yep. So you quickly determine that this is supposed to be a depiction of all the constellations in the night sky, but the positions of certain stars are not correct. They are not right. And Christopher, with actually Edward and you know seemingly without anyone having told you that what you were seeing above is a depiction and a prediction of when the stars will be right, when the time is right for Cthulhu's awakening. Entering the chamber ahead, you first notice this huge statue of great Cthulhu towards the rear of the temple. It stands a dizzying 60 feet in height. Its giant tentacles and great wings, both outstretched, and its head is bowed, looking down upon an altar set between its massive feet. The whole sculpture is made out of dull green stone that appears to be wet and slimy. You do not dare touch it. On the left hand of the wall are 8 large murals of the earth, as it appears to have looked over countless centuries. How ancient beings observed this heaven's-eye view of the world is unknown.
So pretty much we're looking at that.
Yes. The first mural shows the world as it was over 350 million years ago. The supercontinent of Pangaea is shown, as is a smaller landmass in what would one day become the Pacific Ocean. The landmass has 3 names associated with it, carved into the stone: Finaponapi, Ye, and Rille. As a whole, according to the map, these lands are called Mu. The next mural, of 275 million years ago, shows that Pangaea is slightly altered, but the majority of Mu is now gone from the map. Finaponapi still remains above water, but Ye and Rille are now below the waves, although their location is still given on the map. The third mural is from 190 million years ago. A great east-west crack appears across Pangaea. There are a number of cities marked across the map, their names incomprehensible as you look at them. Mikhail simply says, which is Velusia, civilization of Yid's children. A separate landmass, which will become the Antarctic and Australia, has broken away from the supercontinent and is heading south. The lands of Mu and Rille are still marked, even though they are below the waves. The fourth mural dates back 70 million years. Pangaea is now fragmented into 8 continents loosely clustered together. 7 of the 8 are recognizable as the continents that we know today. The 8th is labeled Hyperborea. The 7th mural is from 25,000 years ago, the last ice age. It shows a small continent south of Hyperborea in the Atlantic. Off the coast of this is a smaller island listed as Atlantis. The 7th and final mural is of the world roughly as it appears today. Hyperborea and Atlantis are now below the Atlantic Ocean, with the only part above the water forming Greenland. The last remnants of Mu are also below the waves now, joining Ye and Rille, but their navigation is still marked. Christopher, I'd like you to make a hard navigation check, please.
Okay. Oh, what's my navigator? That is... Can I push that?
Go ahead.
Thank you. That is... Ooh, can I spend 1 luck point?
Yes, you can.
Thank
you. This is a good one, because this is a good piece of information.
Oh, nice.
You spend a few minutes studying the map, and you study the location of Rilye, and you map the location of Rilye to be roughly 2,400 nautical miles east of New Zealand. The exact location would be roughly 47.9 latitude, 126.43 longitude. The right side of the chamber is covered in strange alien symbols. Some of them are recognizable as the Iremic language you've seen all over the Nameless City. In addition, there are strange swirling glyphs mixed in with the Iremic. Most of this wall is simply taken up by an arching, huge stone arching doorway that towering at least 40 feet tall. At the bottom of the doorway, there is a crack wide enough for you to be able to walk through. beyond the archway, you can see only darkness. As you see it, you realize that there is a feeling of sheer wrongness emanating from the other side. That's 1d3 sun loss for everybody, please.
How am I looking right now? Because obviously I
That's
believe
2.
I went temporarily insane.
Yeah, I know I'm going to get to you in a moment.
Alright, how are you looking, Edward? How much negative are you in?
I'm -8 at the moment.
Oh, Jesus.
Hey, lucky, you're good. Because if you got to -10, Edward was going to be compelled to step through that doorway. And as you approach this doorway, I would like Edward and Christopher to make Cthulhu Mythos rolls, please.
That is a hard pass for me.
That is a hard pass for me.
As you get closer, some of the runes and symbols distort before your face and twist into words that you can read. Carved above the archway is simply the phrase, a doorway to Rillier, to Great Cthulhu's tomb. Beyond this door is Rillier, the room where Great Cthulhu is slumbering. You suddenly both realize what is on the other side and the sheer wrongness of it. That said, Ethan Blaine, you are temporarily insane, and seeing the door, you are possessed with thoughts of priceless treasure. If there's anywhere in this horrifying place where treasure can be found, it would surely be behind these huge doors. And so you are drawn to the huge open crack, to the darkness beyond. Make a hard power check, please.
Oh boy. Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Now I can't push this, can I?
You can if you want.
Well, I'm really glad you said that, because that's a 9.
Oh.
You reach the doorway, and you place your hand on the stone and begin to move your foot to take a step into the crack. Then you hear something from the other side of the doorway, a terrible bellowing voice speaking directly into your mind. Enter and wake me. And this is enough to repulse you. You fall backwards, jumping away from the door, and suddenly you have recovered your senses.
What the actual shit is this place?
I just want to point out of game as the keeper, that anyone who steps through that door, you would have emerged in the room where Cthulhu is sleeping, directly in front of Cthulhu, and also in the room are 1d10 star forms.
Basically, you take one step in that place and kiss your ass goodbye. I literally came one dice roll away from death.
Yep.
Oh boy, that was close.
While you were transfixed with this door, you barely notice that Mikhail is now kneeling in front of the stone altar, in front of the statue of Great Cthulhu. He's bowed his head and began to repeat phrases in archaic Arabic. Edward, you feel compelled to join him. Walk over to the altar, kneel down beside Mikhail, and begin to repeat what he is chanting. Make an Arabic check, please.
I'm going to use 5 luck points.
5 luck points, yep. You succeed. You kneel down beside Mikhail, and then the rest of you watch as Edward and Mikhail chant in unison, reciting archaic Arabic, seemingly in sync. They do this for about 30 minutes, not even pausing for a breath. And then, abruptly, they stop. There is silence for a moment. Then, the sound of rushing water and the creaking of stone. The statue of great Cthulhu in front of you appears to glow a sickly green. It begins to look wetter and stickier than it did before, and suddenly it looks extremely lifelike, as if it is about to move and strike you all down. Close your eyes, waiting for what will happen. But you hear a grinding of stone. You open your eyes. Nothing has happened except for the top of the altar sliding away. Inside is a remarkably well-preserved scrap of parchment, written in Iremic script, something that will require a Cthulhu Mythos check later to translate, is a scroll of the spell, Raise or Synchrilia, the thing you came here for.
So I think I best pocket that.
Are you sure I shouldn't take it?
Well,
Who would like to take it?
how hard would it be to quickly scribe down a copy?
It's going to be nearly impossible.
Like not scribe, like edge it.
The text seems to warp and shift before your eyes. You get the feeling that if there was anything intended to be taken in this place, that this is it.
Can I just ask? Could I? Like, I've got the forgery. Would that do anything here, or?
You may try. You may make a hard forgery roll.
Can it be pushed, or?
It can be.
Oh, don't fail this! Don't fail this!
Yeah, no, so I'm like, oh. No, I won't push it. I won't push it. Don't push it.
Alright.
Hey.
Someone's gonna have to take it. Who shall it be?
Yeah, I'll take
Captain.
it.
Oh fuck! I could always take it. That's my job.
I mean, if there's anything that passes for treasure in this place, this is probably it.
Alright. Well,
this could either be really good or we could just destroy it.
Well, the idea is that you can use it to reverse the spell if the cultists manage to cast it. On the other hand, destroying it would ensure that no one gets a hand on it.
And they wouldn't be looking for it if they didn't know what the spell to raise Cthulhu was.
Well, they already have the spell. The reason they're here is to stop you from getting it.
Oh, okay, they already have the spell, okay.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
If you destroy it, you will ensure that no one can get this spell ever again, but you will have to trust that the Disc of Rillier and the Ark of Black Dose will be enough on their own to cause the ritual to fail.
Yeah. Let's take the scroll.
I will go and grab it.
Ethan, you step forward, you reach into the compartment, grab the piece of paper, and carefully lift it out, ready for something to jump out at you. But it doesn't. You carefully fold the paper and place it in your sack. As you do, Mikhail stands up. He turns to face you all. Then he gives you a smile and he says, "So it is. You have given the world a fighting chance." Then, before your eyes, his decrepit-looking body begins to fall apart, his skin crumbling away, his hair falling out, his clothes disintegrating, until he is nothing more than a skeleton, which collapses to the stone floor, its bones scattering loudly throughout the chamber.
Alright, I think it's high time to get the fuck out of here.
You turn around and begin to make your way towards the entrance of the chamber, but Edward remains behind.
Edward, you're
Stop.
right.
You turn around. Edward looks at you, and before you have a chance to say anything, he looks away from the bones in front of him and faces you all. In the dim blue glow, you can get a good look at his face, and you see it: the withered, leathery skin, the missing left eye. Edward is no more. Standing before you is Mikhail. The Mikhail Edward thing steps forward, and he says, "And thus Edward Rivers has fulfilled his destiny to become the next guardian of the knowledge stored here, to become the next incarnation, of myself, the next vessel of Al-Azrad."
Yeah.
Chills down your spine. Yeah, Tom, you probably saw this coming. He steps
Where
forward.
if I end up dying when I get to heaven, I'm punching fucking Charlie in the face for dragging me into this.
Do you have anything you wish to say to this Edward Mikhail abomination in front of you?
Well, I didn't know him that well, so no. I'm guessing the captain might have some words.
Is Edward still in there?
He says his consciousness remains somewhere inside of me, just like Mikhail's consciousness, just like my previous vessel, but they are all merely part of the great amalgam of my true self, Al-Azrad. He steps forwards and he holds out a hand as if offering a hand for you to shake. He says, "I am Al-Azrad."
Hey guys, do you know, wait a second. Do you guys know that like you could have got like your thing signed, your Necronomicon signed?
Wait.
Oh wait.
Do you respond to him?
Yeah, I'd like to step forward actually.
Okay.
And I would like to I don't know. I'd feel because he's clearly I don't want to bow down in front of him in front of one of my
Cohorts,
but I know this is the real deal.
You know that he's the real deal of something, so you step forwards and you do not prostrate yourself before him. You merely hold out a hand. He takes yours in his leathery grasp and shakes it. He takes a step back. He says, "Mikhail, Edward, the string of all those who came before him, they're all merely aspects of Al-Azrad. Al-Azrad, who was once a normal man, who has become the guardian and sole inhabitant of this secret city, the last place where the key to Rillier exists. It is my duty to guard it, my duty to chronicle it, and my duty to ensure that it is protected both from those who would misuse it and those who would seek to exploit it."
Well, I've only got two things to say. Edward, if you're still in there, I'd like to let you know I'll remember you always. And second,
Yep.
oh, sorry, go on.
No, go ahead. Second.
No, and second, I want to let you know that we have no plans on exploiting this key. We're just making sure that the world keeps spinning.
Al-Azrad smiles. He says, "Edward will appreciate your sentiment. He still exists, if only in dreams, and his thoughts will be of you. He shall rest in peace. Be assured of that. One last thing. The book. The remnants of the book. Do you have it?
Unfortunately, no, it was stolen from us.
He says, just as well, for its knowledge. I never intended for its knowledge to fall into the hands of evildoers.
That's the thing. We think what the Cold of the Silver Twilight, that one?
Yeah.
Yeah, we think they stole it, the ones planning to wake up Cthulhu.
You did get the charred remains of it back though, but it was destroyed. Remember there was a page and what was left.
Okay, so we have the page of it.
Edward had it. You have a page and the charred remnants of it. It's been completely destroyed.
Just hand that to him, I guess.
You produce it and hold it to him, and he says, "It is just as well. When I wrote it, I only intended for it to be a warning of future events, not a tool to help bring them about."
So,
do you have
what does this page mean then?
He says it is a page, a warning, a guide to bring those who would stand against Great Cthulhu here, so that they may acquire the means to stopping the rise of Rillier, and also a secondary function to bring the reader here to serve as my next vessel. You see, a body, even sustained by eldritch magic, can only last so long. He bows in front of you. He says, I, Al-Azrad, the author of the Al-Azif, that which you know as the Necronomicon, thanks you for your service.
Is there any safe passage out of here that you can direct us to?
He says, your passage out of here will be undisturbed. Additionally, the member of the Hermetic Twilight you almost encountered on the way here is still unaware of your presence, and you'll be able to pass him unnoticed. Though the dead, or those who are adjacent to the world of the dead, can see many things, and I suspect later you will regret that you did not take care of him when you had the chance. He sits down on the floor, cross-legged, and then he bows his head and then looks at you one more time, his eyes glowing in the dim blue light. He says many times in the past, and more importantly in the future as well, the stars will nearly become right. At such times, Rillier rises briefly before sinking back under the waves. The last such nearly right time occurred in the early spring of 1925. The next is several months from now, the end of 1930. It is this conjunction of stars that the Silver Twilight wishes to take advantage of to spur Rillier to rise properly, to cast the spell which you hold in your hands, and with enough belief and power behind it, they could arouse the Great Old One early, and thus doom the Earth many years, perhaps even centuries, before its time is due. He bows his head once again. You have the Ark of Vlaktos, you have the Disc of Rillier, and now you have the means to reverse the rise if such a thing should come to pass. Your task has been given to you. The thousands of years I have stayed here, guarding this knowledge, have led to this moment. Fulfill your destinies. Then he bows his head once more, and before you have a chance to do anything, the blue light, the blue glow exuding from the Cthulhu statue comes out like an ethereal tendril and snatches him, pulling him away into the darkness. Your task has been given to you. You must stop the rising of Rilye, and you must make sure that the cult's plans do not come to pass. And as you make your way out of the city and emerge in the bright morning sun, the weight of what you have just experienced and the task ahead of you weighs heavily on your shoulders. You have nothing to do other than to steel yourselves, square your shoulders, and be ready to face what comes ahead. That concludes this episode of Call of Cthulhu.
Ugh.
I'm so close to just walking into
Oh my
Cthulhu's
god.
bed. I basically just walked in and gone, hey there, big guy, how you doing? Oh shit.
So we have some rewards.
Before we get to the rewards,
Yep.
So when the captain gets back to his ship,
Yep.
goes into his quarters, he sees a small piece of paper on his desk.
Yes, and what does it say?
The piece of paper says, "Dearest Captain, I fear that I am not long for this world. My nightmares have become worse, and I fear they are warning me of this particular adventure. I wish things were different. However, I would like to say that I have thoroughly enjoyed our adventures together. I will never forget that one night. That particular night is the reason that I've been able to go on. Because of knowing you has been able to allow me to truly know myself."
Archie, shh.
If this does happen to be my end, I wish for you to continue on and take all the possessions that I hold so dearest to my heart. My rifle, my rapier, and more importantly, my fabulous outfit.
As you read this, Captain, in spite of yourself, you feel sadness welling up, and a lone tear rolls out of your eye. You fold up the letter, step onto the deck of your ship, and toss it into the wind to be carried along the waves. You will never forget, Edward, your good friend.
Edward, you'll never be forgotten. I will keep going. This will end. I promise you that.
For our survivors, we do have some rewards.
Oh, yay.
First of all, for surviving your ordeal in the Nameless City, each survivor gains 1d10 plus 2 sand.
I can't gain any more. I'm at my max.
I got 4.
I got 8, so I'm at max.
Yep. Okay. Ethan and David, you each gain 15 skill points. Assign them however you wish, and you each gain 10 points of Cthulhu Mythos skill.
12 Cthulhu points.
Yep. Christopher, you may increase any one of your skills by 1d6%, by 1d6 points.
Oh. Okay. 4. Okay, let's see. Oh, Jesus Christ! Oh, we're being raided by Tales of Pesh.
Welcome, Tales of Pesh. We're just handing out rewards.
Oh, hi, Tales of Pesh. Thank you so much for the raid, but we are just ending. The session just ended.
Yes. Thank you for the raid.
Thank you so very much. And I think I will put my what did I roll? 4 points into fighting brawl, and
Brawl.
I got 4.
Yeah, 4. Okay. Ethan, you spend your downtime while waiting to see where this terrifying journey experience takes you next. Practicing with Charlie's Desert Eagle, I'd like you to make a firearms check at hard difficulty, please.
Yeah, that's a 23.
23. You may increase the malfunction number on the Desert Eagle from 84 to 94.
Oh, yay.
As you spend the weeks that follow growing more familiar with this otherworldly and futuristic weapon. David, you managed to take a papyrus scroll from the Nameless City. Would you like to spend the weeks that follow after you bid farewell to your party and they thank you for essentially being the worst guides they've ever hired and vow that they never see you again? Would you like to spend the weeks that follow this studying the papyrus scroll?
In fact, I would like to spend the weeks that follow not only studying the scroll, but incorporating it into the teachings of my group.
Very well.
Nutshell.
Okay. So first, I would like you to please make a hard intelligence check.
Okay. No. Can I push?
Push it. You can push it.
Yep, that will be a pass.
Go.
That'll be a hard pass, extreme pass, actually.
So this papyrus scroll is entitled The Black Litanies of Nug and Yeb. The Black Litanies claim that Nug and Yeb are charged with clearing the earth of all life before the return of the Great Old Ones. To accomplish this, they will use the furnace of Yeb and the torch of Nug. The litanies say that Nug and Yeb are to have ritual orgies of death held in their names, and that if the twin blasphemies are pleased, they might appear at these festivals to take part in them. Nug is sometimes referred to as the grandfather of ghouls, and Yeb is called either the Whispering Mist or a servant of the outer god Apatoth. Finally, while the litanies don't say who Nug and Yeb's father is, it does make the astonishing claim that the twin blasphemies gave birth to both Cthulhu and Cthulhu. Make a sanity check.
Stop.
That's a pass.
That's a pass. Okay, so that's a loss of 1d4 sand, please.
No,
3.
that's 3 passes.
And you learn one spell of your choice from the Keeper's rulebook.
Oh.
Oh.
Yep.
Interesting.
Finally, there is the raise roll yes scroll itself. Christopher, as the surviving member of the original cast of characters and the character with the highest Cthulhu mythos now that Edward is gone, you were the only one capable of learning this. Would you like to learn this spell?
Yep.
Please, make a Cthulhu mythos roll.
That's a D8 I was rolling with. Oh, that is a hard pass.
You learn to understand after several weeks of study. You decipher the warping, mystifying text. You understand how to cast the spell, how to recite it correctly, and when the time comes, provided you have this paper in hand, you will be able to cast it correctly.
So that was Dispel Cthulhu.
That was Syncrillia.
Syncrillia.
And there we go. With all of the rewards out of the way, that concludes.
What about luck? You always forget luck.
Luck. Okay, you all may make luck checks.
Plus,
Fail.
Yay, fail! I got 70.
On a failure, you may gain 1d10 luck.
I'm gonna have to do that. Shit.
That was a 3.
3's better than nothing.
That's true. I'm like one off where I started.
Yeah,
Hey.
You're fine. 5, not bad. Very well. Your path forward is set. You know where Rilliet is. But when will the cult strike? And when will the stars be right? What lead will give you your next destination? You'll have to wait and find out. This concludes episode 8 of The Shadows of Yog-Sothoth. Join us in 2 weeks for episode 9, The Watchers of Easter Island, where
I am an island.
Where our heroes learn of the cult's last-ditch plan to ensure the rise of Rilliet and attempt to thwart them as they unravel the ancient mysteries of Easter Island and meet a certain spiritual guru who may have started up yet another harem cult in Philly in the weeks before then. And then, of course, after that, we have our final episode. So make sure you tune in for these next 2 episodes, as they are the 2 final episodes of our campaign.
Oh my god.
Thank you very much for joining us tonight, and we hope you have a good week. Make sure you tune in around 7:30 tomorrow, and I'll be doing the second half of Resident Evil Code Veronica.
Yes, you will.
Yeah.
Oh, stupid thing. Discord, there we go. Right, my god, okay, I'll be back, I just need to end this.
Hey guys,
Bye, everyone.
bye.
Alright, there you are, guys. Holy shit, that was something. Good lord, my butt was clenched for the majority of that. So we have officially lost Dan Blythe, and we have lost Edward. So he's went fully insane, and he is now the new Keeper of Secrets of Cthulhu, I guess. My god. Oh, that was a lot of fun. Yep, once again, Tales of Pesh, thank you so much for the raid. Smithy and Miss and Mr. Gaming, thank you very much for the raid also. If you guys haven't hit the shit out of that follow, like, subscribe, Discord button, hit all the good buttons. Join me tomorrow, hopefully me and Dale will be doing some more Divinity Original Sin. We'll see how things go, but you guys are awesome, thank you so very much. I don't know what else to say, so I will see you guys next time. Until then, make sure you guys have a very good one, and I will see you